IB Nation, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown podcast. We are here to cover the postgame of the national championship, and you guys see it in the title there. Notre Dame fell to Ohio State in today's game, 34-23. Obviously, not the outcome that we had been looking for and what we had prepped to talk about all week. But look, here's the thing: we said it at the start of the week, and we're going to continue to say it now. Irish Breakdown is going to be here. Win, lose, or draw. I mean, I guess there's no draws, but win or lose, Notre Dame is going to be here, right? Irish Breakdown is going to be here. And so we're here to talk about the game today, and there is a lot to talk about. So, look, I mean, obviously, look, people are disappointed. Understand that. I'm disappointed. I know Brian is too, from the looks of what the chat is. Disappointed as well. Disclaimer, just before we get started, guys, look, here's the thing. This season was what it was. We're going to dive into what this season meant. There's going to be a lot of time in between now and the 2025 season, right? And there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to cover. Recap of this season, introing into next season. But there's a couple things that I just kind of wanted to get out of the way first. One, let's everything in the chat tonight, despite how we're feeling and despite the emotions, you guys know how we do it here at Irish Breakdown. Everything stays respectful, right? Like that's the common theme of what we do here. And Ohio State played a heck of a game at the end of the day, right? And so that's the common theme that we're going to stay here. We're going to break down this game, and we're going to continue to do it over the next couple of days. But that's where we are, right? So, Brian.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to dive into what the season meant, and this is going to just focus on this game. And you know, we'll even talk about the impact a little bit of this game, but we're going to focus on this game, and then we'll have all offseason, as Trev said, to break down the season that came up and then start looking towards the future. But I want to focus on this game. And really, Trev, a great season came down to a disappointing end. I mean, you just got beat. And there's a lot of reasons why. Some are your fault. Some are tip your cap to the other team. But it was a disappointing end. And I'm going to have a lot of things to say about what led to the disappointing performance from Notre Dame tonight. But I'm sitting here watching this game 31-7, and I'm thinking, you know, this doesn't take away from the season they had, but the narrative is going to still be the same. And to watch this team battle and battle and battle and battle, the perfect ending of the season would have been a win, right? But the ending and the way the game ended just showed the kind of heart that got this team here, right? It's that we're never going to quit. We're never down. And Ohio State took their foot off the gas a little bit. That was their mistake. And that gave Notre Dame some opportunities to climb back in the game. And I'm, again, as I go through this show, I'm going to have a lot to say. And I'm going to have a lot to pick apart about what I liked and what I didn't like from the game, from a player standpoint, from a coaching standpoint. But I have to start off with the fact that this team was down 31-7 and had every reason in the world to quit, just like every past Notre Dame team. And this team came out and fought. And they weren't fighting to make it respectable. They were fighting to come back and win. And you saw that when they got that first touchdown. And Marcus Freeman goes, "That's one. That's one." And he basically was like, look, we got to do one thing at a time. We got to get a score and we got to get a stop. And you know, I feel it would be a disservice to this team, the way they just competed their butts off all season, to dive right into ripping them up and criticizing all the things that deserve to be critiqued and criticized, but to just the heart that this team showed. And it wasn't a thing where like a couple plays here and there. I mean, they'd have been very fortunate to somehow figure out a way to win at the end of the game. I mean, they got outplayed. Ohio State was the better team today. There's no doubt. And I don't have any problem saying that. And I'm not one of those, but if they played again next week, that's not how football works. You get one crack at it. You know, this isn't the SEC hypothetical. If this would have happened, or if you would have had this guy, this is the team that got you here. This is the team that had a chance, and they didn't do enough to win the football game. There's some things I liked from the player level, some things I didn't like, some things I liked from the coaching level, some things I didn't like. But you can't help but love how hard this team fought. And they like did they play good enough to win tonight? Obviously not. Was it a thing where like they needed to play perfect to beat Ohio State? I don't think so. But if the season's going to end in a disappointing note, I have to kind of tip my cap to this group of Notre Dame players and say, there's things you could have done better to execute and maybe give yourself a chance to win this game. but I respect the heck out of your fight. I respect the heck out of your heart. And even the kids who we're going to end up being critical of here down the road, and some coaching decisions we're going to be critical of down the road. I didn't see any quit in that football team tonight. And as a coach, you can be disappointed in how your team performed or maybe how you coached in the game, and still look at those kids in the locker room after the game, those heartbroken kids that are just going to be crying and just distraught over how the season ended. And they are. Like, if you think you're upset in the chat, imagine being one of the kids who's out on the field giving everything he got. They're heartbroken, but you're going to be able to look at those kids in the eyes and genuinely say to them and mean it, I'm proud as heck of you guys for how you fought tonight. Yeah, we got to get better. We got to recruit better. We got to coach better. We got to execute better. We got to play better. We're not there yet. The gap is not closed. But if y'all can give me that kind of fight every day when we're going to make some things better, if you can give me that fight every single Saturday or whenever for the rest of our time together, we're going to be a really tough football team. And so there's going to be a lot of things that we'll critique and things that you hope can improve in the offseason. But I felt it'd be just a disrespectful way to begin the show if you didn't tip your cap and say, man, I'm proud as heck of the way those kids fought. Not even like for the season and all they had to overcome. Tonight, that group of kids fought their butts off. And it wasn't enough. And we'll talk about why it wasn't enough and some different things. But I just felt that was the place that we needed to start.
Sean, welcome in, man. We're just kind of getting everything kicked off. And I also like the sweater thing you got going on, man. Keeping the positivity vibes going here, man. But right now we're going through gut reactions. Obviously, not the greatest gut feeling in the world, Sean, but takeaways from the game, man. Overall, how you doing over there in Chicagoland?
Well, I'm sure like everybody else, it's disappointing, right? And because of the change to the playoff format, you can't take opportunities like this lightly. There's no guarantee. You can talk about the talent coming back. There's no guarantee that you're going to get back. Like, it's hard. It's going to be harder now. Notre Dame has to win 4 games, and that's a tough road. And that doesn't mask anything that Brian talked about. There's no need for me to go back over everything that he laid out about this team and what they displayed tonight. I think you saw the change in culture. I think early in the game, you started to feel like maybe this is going to be just like 2012. And then you saw the truth of who this team is and who this program is come to the forefront. And I think it was very much within line with what Marcus Freeman said at halftime. It was almost like he was confused. He was like, I don't understand why we're playing this way. This is not us. We got to calm down and just come out and just play our game. And that's what they did in the second half. And when they played their game, you saw what the game would look like against Ohio State for a half. But unfortunately, they dug themselves too big of a hole. So, like you said, we got plenty of time the off season to go over and break down every facet of this game and just talk about the mistakes. But kudos to everyone. I thought 13 played his tail off after a rugged start or a ragged start in the passing game. The kid responded, played his tail off. I think the one thing I will say, it was just one of those things where the one thing I'm more confused about is the running backs tonight. Like, the use, really, that is the only issue I have.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to that in the offense.
Like, exclamation mark, I don't have an issue about anything else. But the running back usage tonight, it was just kind of like, whoa, all right, okay. But other than that,
yeah.
We're just nitpicking, but
I have some pretty big nitpicks about the defense, and I'll get into those for sure.
Oh, that's without question. That goes without question. But I think this is the first time. This is a team that was built on complementary football, right? And both sides of the ball were able to pick up the other side of the ball when needed during certain games at certain times. And when that was needed, it just didn't happen. Yeah. It didn't happen. Whether it's scheme, but you tip your cap. Because I thought the Ohio State team played better. The operation was better tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit up here and just say they're a better team because, like, this game could go the other way. But that's not how things work, like Brian said. But they were a better operation tonight from top to bottom. I thought Chip Kelly was in his bag today.
Yeah.
I thought Chip Kelly was in his bag, had Al Golden on his heels. And I just think Ohio State made the big plays. And until that last big play, I thought Notre Dame had done a pretty good job against Jeremiah Smith.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you have to question in that situation.
Yeah.
It's like, this is the situation where you don't leave him, right?
Yeah.
And for all of the people, Brian, we talked about this. And this is going to be the growth and maturation. Like, Christian Gray is a first-year starter.
Mm-hmm.
He's a first-year starter, right?
Yeah.
He's very comfortable when you let him play man-to-man, bump and run. He's not as comfortable in off-man.
No, I mean,
we've seen that all year.
Let me stop. Yeah, we'll get into all during the offense and defense section.
So,
I'll dive right into it.
Like,
a lot I want to get to first.
If either put somebody over the top to deter him from throwing the four, and then blitz out of that look. Those are the two big things for me.
Yeah.
Paul and the use of the running back.
Sean,
other than that,
here's my thing. Like, so there's a lot of things I have marked down here I want to talk about, big picture. Like what you're kind of getting to, like, I don't want to get too much into the specifics of it because we'll get into that, and I don't want to like be repetitive in future sessions. But one of the things I have marked down is that they didn't play their game.
Yes.
And that's the thing is, like, maybe your game wouldn't have been good enough tonight to win the game, but you can't not be yourself, and you can't not beat what got you here. And there was a lot of stuff that I saw, especially on defense tonight, that I felt was that way. And there were some things that people thought was, Freeman. I heard some people say, Freeman's decision to kick a field goal there was him being conservative like early in the year. I don't know if I agree with that decision or not, but that's not what that was. That was a situation where it's 4th and goal from the 9.
Mm-hmm.
You have a better chance of getting a field goal there, and you still need 2 stops at this point in time in the game to get it. So you get a field goal there. You make it that would have made it 31-18. It
would have been a 13-point game.
Right? So it would have been 31-18, right? And there's 9.5 minutes left. I understand it. 4th and goal from the 9 against that defense is a really tough ask. I would argue that might be tougher than getting 2 stops on defense. And you're like, well, your defense hasn't played well. You're going to need 2 stops anyway, even if you get there. So, those things are there's some things you could agree or disagree. I actually understand it. I haven't really felt whether I liked the call or didn't like the call. I just kind of understood it, and it didn't work, and so there's a lot of things like that. But the biggest thing is I felt this team did not lose tonight playing its game, and that's going to not sit well with me. And it's primarily on defense. And I'll get into that a little more specific later. But even things like penalties, some really sloppy early play from the offense. You have that great first drive, and then your second drive, you have a hold. You have there was a hold. You had, let me go to offense number 2. So
false start.
You miss an open receiver on first down. You have a false start on a receiver on 2nd and 10. Then you get into 2nd and 15. You complete a pass for 8 yards. It's about to be 3rd and 7. Instead, you have a hold on Charles Jackson, and it was a legitimate hold. There was no need for it. I mean, it just you yanked the guy. It was a good call, and you knew they were going to call a hold early in the game on Notre Dame against Ohio State because of all the talk about Trev. I said this in the show the other day. They're going to call a hold early in the game because they haven't been called for a penalty, but it was a legitimate hold. And now you're in 2nd and 25, and now your drive is dead. And then your next drive, you get in 3rd and 5. You've been pretty good in 3rd down in the last couple games in that situation, late against Georgia and against Penn State. And a ball gets hit off of Mitchell Evans, and it's just there was so much stuff like that tonight that was disappointing. That you're like, man, you didn't feel like you got their best effort from an execution standpoint, and you didn't get their best effort from a coaching standpoint, in my opinion. And that was really frustrating for me to see that. And Sean had to step out real quick. He's got to do a little quick TV spot back home. He'll be back here in a little bit. But that was the big frustration for me, Trev, is you just felt like, you went back to some of you have the short, field goal miss. And it just was, there were so many things like that where you didn't have to play a perfect game to beat Ohio State, but you couldn't have that many big mistakes and expect to have a chance to win this football game. And that was the thing that frustrated me. And then, of course, on top of that, Ohio State played really well. But when you're playing a team that good, and we said all coming in, these are the two best teams in college football. When that team is not beating themselves and you are beating yourself, it's going to look like what it looked like until the last quarter and a half. That's what it's going to look like. And that was my frustration, just big picture, Trev. A couple of my frustrations, big picture.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, right? You go through and you think of how everybody battled to get here to this point, to the national championship game. And I know we're going to do our 2024 season review here in the next coming days. But one, let me start off by saying, I mean, Ohio State played fantastic today. I mean, they did, right? I mean, their first, what was it? Their first 5 drives scored on 5 out of 5 possessions.
You know how we're always talking about fast starts?
Yeah.
That's an example.
Yeah. And what's frustrating is Notre Dame's offense did start fast.
Well,
they
on
just
drive one.
But
right.
They didn't stay fast.
Right.
And that was something that we had talked about, right? I mean, what we said was this game could not go like the way that Penn State did. And outside of the first offensive possession for Notre Dame, it did start like Penn State. This game was almost identical, which is tough, right? Because then you go through and you look, Ohio State scores 28 points in the first 33 minutes. They scored 6 in the final 27. Notre Dame's offense did what they did in the second half, right? And what do you know? Jaden Greathouse starts getting targeted more in the second half of the Penn State game. And he starts getting targeted more in the second half of the Ohio State game, right? And so there's a lot of parallels here, but we said throughout the week that Ohio State is too good of a football team to do that. They're too good of a football team to repeat that performance. And so, like I said, hats off to Ohio State. I've said a lot of things about Will Howard this season. Kid started the game 13 of 13.
It's phenomenal. I mean, Notre Dame did things to make it a little easier for him, but he played outstanding football. I mean, outstanding football.
Absolutely. I mean, on the part of him, he had to execute, right? And so you tip your cap to him. Yeah, this is a weird feeling for me because it's, I've experienced things this season that I haven't in my entire Notre Dame fandom. You guys know that. We've talked about it for multiple post-game shows. And the one thing that I will say, kind of trying to keep the start of this, because we are going to have a lot to say when we dive into offense and defensive breakdowns, right? But in years past, after the 2015 season, after the 2018 season, after the 2020 season, I didn't walk away from those postseason performances thinking, man, they're close. You know what I mean? Man, and not close as in if a couple more things swing their way. Ohio State played a heck of a game. The better team won tonight, right? But I was sitting in my living room, obviously not happy. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching the rest of this game unfold. And the way that the kids battled back tonight and the resiliency that the team showed, because Brian, I think you said it perfectly at the start of our show. This easily could have been a 41 to 45 to 14 to 10 type game. Easily, the way that it was going.
Right.
And the way that they battled back tonight, and not only battled back, but there was a moment in the game where it was like,
if they make a stop right here on third and 12, was it third and 11 or third and 12? Third and 11.
Third and 11.
They might have a shot here.
It
was over 2 minutes left. I mean, you're going to get the ball back with 2 minutes and timeouts.
With 2 minutes timeouts, and your offense found a rhythm.
Yeah, and they were not covering Jaden Greathouse.
No. And so you go through, and I do sit there and I think that, you know what? I feel confident walking away saying that this program is close.
Yeah.
I didn't have that feeling after 2018. I didn't have that feeling after 2020.
Yeah.
But with what they have coming back, with what they have coming in, with the transfer portal additions that they've made, which is stuff that we're going to cover down the road here, I can confidently say, this team was close. They made it to the national championship. They won 2 New Year's Six Bowls within a week.
And on the verge of it looking like what it had looked like in the past in that stage, they said, no, not us.
And that's the difference.
We're not done.
To this day.
I love that, Trev.
Yes. And to this day, Marcus Freeman's worst loss from a point differential as a head coach at Notre Dame is still 13, and it was not tonight.
Right.
That could not be said under the previous regime on this
Yeah.
stage.
Yeah.
And so like that's what gives you the confidence moving forward,
I mean,
right?
it did look like it early, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that's the frustrating thing is it did look like it early. But you talk. We use the word culture a lot, and culture is what leads to what we saw tonight. Culture leads to a group of kids that are saying, "Not us." Culture leads to a group of kids who are saying, "I don't care what the score is. We're going to fight until there's nothing left of. There's no time left to fight. We're going to battle till there's no more." Even after the long pass, they could have let Ohio State walk into the end zone, and the next 3 plays were physical stops. Now, Ohio State wasn't necessarily trying to score there. That's why they didn't drop back and throw. But like Ohio State was not taking a knee, and the pads were popping. And that's the thing is there's a lot that frustrated me tonight. But I'll say this, my mood changed a lot in the last hour.
Mine too.
Like,
Mine too.
this is not going to be a fun post-game show. But I was really like, this is going to be a really rough post-game show. And one thing I was going to say was like, look, this team is different, Trev. Even if it would have ended like 42-14, and say, look, this is not those teams. This is not that coach. This is not that era. But the narrative is still going to exist about that. There's still a narrative about whether or not Notre Dame can win the big game. But I think this team showed that there's a lot more fight in this football team. There's also a lot more talent in this football team than what existed on some of those other teams. And that's what makes you feel like I'm pissed that they lost because I don't like losing. I'm disappointed for them because of how much they put into this. I hurt for them because I've been there. I've been as a coach in playoff losses where we really thought we were going to win the football game and didn't play our game, and just that heartache that you have as a coach for what you did, and then the heartache you have for your players. I know what they're going through right now. But you just also have to be able to say there's a better feeling inside of me right now than I thought I was going to have, because I think the future is bright. But even before we get to that, because you look at it and said, this team played with the heart that again, they didn't play good enough. There's no excuse for that. This isn't justifying that. But if you don't have that foundation, then the rest of that stuff at the end of the day is not going to matter.
When I think about this team, Brian, I think you brought up a good point about you feel for the players, right? And I think it's tough because you'll look back at guys like Xavier Watts, Howard Cross, Riley Mills, Riley Leonard, and you're going to look back at some of these guys that this was their last game in a Notre Dame, Jack Kaiser, like guys that this was their last game in a Notre Dame uniform, and it didn't end with a national championship. But I think that there's always the classes of kids the year before a team propels to consistent levels of greatness. And you look back and say, hey, like those were the game changers, right? I mean, you look at what in smaller scale, because I hope that the run lasts a little bit longer than what it did sometimes under Kelly's teams. But you look at the Notre Dame like 2017 season, and you look at it and say, hey, listen, some guys on that team, like the Quentin Nelsons, right, of the world that played their last game in 2017. It's like, hey, they might have laid a very solid foundation for this team next season. And you have the accolades, right? I mean, Xavier Watts with his All-American accolades, he was a Bronco Nagurski Award winner. Riley Leonard, his journey from where he started 2024 to where he ended it tonight on the 20th is monumental. It is. And I would argue that until the day that I die. But you go through and you kind of look at some of these classes, and it's like this senior class, in my opinion, is something that we will go back through and look back on and say, this class is kind of what changed the direction of this program. Of, hey, look, they didn't get a ring. They didn't get the national championship trophy, but guys like Howard Cross and Riley Mills and Xavier Watts and Mitchell Evans and some of those guys that just fought until there were double zeros left on the clock changed the difference. And there's enough people coming back that saw that to carry it moving forward. And so this
Mhm.
isn't, contrary to what you're going to hear in the media, that this was just a Notre Dame team loaded with seniors and transfers and all this other stuff, that this was just their one chance at, like, they're going to play it off like it was a TCU with a Max Duggan and a Quentin Johnston and all these guys. Notre Dame has a lot coming back next year. And those are going to be the guys that remember the feeling leaving the field, the example that all those guys had set before them. And so that's another just small takeaway that I had from this game. And you kind of got that feeling because the guys that didn't quit up until the very end were the ones that knew that this was their last time putting on the blue and gold. And that's something that I will always respect.
Mhm.
I will always respect.
Here's my final big picture piece thing. One of the things we talked about, Trev, is you've got to play good situational football against Ohio State to win, and Notre Dame did not do that tonight. If you look at it, Ohio State went 9 of 12 on third down. Notre Dame was 5 of 12, but some of that came late, and then they had 3 fourth down conversions, 2 of them on the first drive of the game, and then you had the one that they failed on the fake punt. Ohio State went 4 of 4 on red zone touchdowns until the final drive when they weren't really trying to score necessarily. I mean, they weren't not trying to score, but they weren't trying to score the way they were. Notre Dame went 1 of 2 in the red zone when it was still in doubt, like a game was in doubt. I mean, those type of things are going to kill you. Big plays were a big part of it. They had theirs. Notre Dame didn't get theirs until they were down. You couldn't answer. Situational football is also about answering. Notre Dame couldn't answer. Their offense had a great first drive. Your defense just gets run right through on the ensuing drive. Your offense then can't respond. And in every possible way, except, again, the turnover battle was advantage Notre Dame, but it was 1-0. And it mattered. I mean, it kept Ohio State from putting the game away a lot earlier than they did. But in almost every area where you looked at situational football is going to have to be key. Notre Dame lost the battle. And that played a role. It wasn't the only reason, but that played a role in why they lost this game too. And it was both sides of the ball. It wasn't just the defense. Both sides of the ball had their issues with that. And a lot of Notre Dame's successful areas in the red zone and third down and fourth down all happened on the first drive. And then after that, it was kind of downhill after that.
Sean, any more big picture takeaways before we move on to the offense?
This is one of those seasons that is a surprise. I think the way it went after the Texas A&M game was a shock and a bit of a surprise. And then the rise for this team in the run to the national championship with all of the injuries, with all of the roadblocks and everything they had to deal with was kind of a surprise, if people would be honest. The first half was a surprise tonight. That was not the Notre Dame team I expected to see, but I wasn't surprised by the way they responded. I just wasn't. I kept waiting for it. I knew it was going to happen. It just happened a little bit too late, right? And as situational football, as Brian said, it's just the way of it sometimes. For the first time, Notre Dame was the higher seed, which means they didn't get the call to flip, which means, they didn't get a chance to defer. And then they didn't get a chance, or they didn't do a good job of winning the middle 8. It was like everything tonight was just different for some reason, and it was unexpected and a bit surprising. But to end it all off, I was not surprised by the effort they gave to close the game out. And unfortunately, they just didn't have enough plays left to kind of seal the deal and give themselves a chance to go into overtime. But other than that big picture, it is you talking about slingshotting a program. That's exactly what this 2024 season has done, in my opinion. It has kind of hit the fast forward button on the program. And I think they might end up being a little bit further ahead at this point than a lot of people probably expect. Because I think most people would have been happy with 2 wins or 1 win in the playoffs. And this team made a crazy run to the national championship. And I just want to encourage fans, man. It's easy as a fan out of emotion to point fingers, especially individual players. Be better than that. Be better than that. This team wins as a team and they lose as a team. And being a part of that as a Notre Dame fan, you should take suit and follow that lead. Don't point fingers at individual players. It's a lot of people. If you watch the film tonight, I'm sure there's a lot of people that you can point out mistakes, penalties, like you said, Brian, coaches, things they did. But
there's no player that cost them the game tonight, right?
You're piling on if you're doing that. You're piling on.
A lot of players cost them the game tonight,
absolutely.
and coach. That's what happens when you lose. I mean,
Absolutely.
You didn't play well enough to win.
Absolutely. So big picture, things are bright. And now, his staff hits the switch. They say goodbye to this squad. Every year it's a new team. They say goodbye to this rendition of Notre Dame football. And they start working on next season in the recruiting class at 26. I mean, it is what it is. That's the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm not ready to talk about say goodbye to this year's team just yet, Sean. We're going to get into the offense and the defense and the rest of it. But before we do, folks, do a favor. See that thumbs up down there. Go ahead and hit that like button for us. All right, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure that you hit that notification bell too, so you know when we go live. And of course, don't be one of those people that bails on the message board because Notre Dame lost. Sign up on that bad boy. We've had a few of those tonight. Not many as I expected, but we've had a few people. But going to keep on the breakdowns and the offseason chatter, and obviously with the regular season over, or the season over with, we'll shift a little bit more to analysis and recruiting and things like that. So we got a lot coming up, but that'll start tomorrow. We're going to still finish breaking this thing down, but I want to make sure we got to that here before we move on.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to start breaking down the offense, and the way that we're going to kind of do it tonight, we're just going to talk big picture and just kind of see where the conversation takes us, right? Because there's going to be a lot to cover. And starting out, Brian, we're going to just start working our way around the horn. And there's a lot to unpack here, right? And again, unfortunately, tale of two different halves outside of the first possession of Notre Dame's offense. But Sean, I don't know if you heard me say this because I think it was before you hopped on the show, but the offense outside of the first drive was eerily similar to what it looked like against Penn State. But we had said all week long that against a team like Ohio State, it can't be that, right? We said that this team is too good and they will jump on you for the mistakes that you make. Like, that's the margin for error in games like this when you have the two best teams in college football. You know what I mean? And so a lot to unpack here on the offense. Brian, why don't you get us started and kind of take the lead here, man?
Well, I got to say, I did not see the rest of the game coming after that first drive. I mean, I really didn't. And, I mean, they bullied Ohio State on that first drive. I mean, just bullied them. And it wasn't like a big run. There was no like 30-yard gain. It was just boom, 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 third and short, fourth and short, move the chains. And like there wasn't even like, gee, did they keep them short of the sticks? It was like, okay, easy first down there. It wasn't even close. I mean, you had Jardarian Price popping a run outside and stiff arming Caleb Downs into the ground. And you're like, dude, they brought it tonight. And so that set a tone for the rest of the game, because at no point in time tonight during their struggles did I ever think this team's not competing, they're not playing hard. They didn't play well. It wasn't about not playing hard. And I did think that kind of set the tone a little bit. And that was a heck of a drive. And I think that drive showed the potential of this team. But you could never get back to that, because starting on drives 2 and 3 is when you saw a lot of those miscues really start to kind of rear their head. And you're just like we said all year, you're not a team that's going to play from behind. But that doesn't just mean behind games. That means you're not a team that can really make a living playing behind the sticks. And that's more of what I mean by that. So you have that great first drive, and then you come out your second drive, and we talked a little bit about it earlier. But, you have Bo Collins on a first down crossing route, and Riley misses him bad. Second down, you get a false start on a receiver, which is never okay. Like that was one of the biggest pet peeves for me as a receivers coach. Is like, I don't know how you false start. You're literally not worried about the cadence. You're literally looking at the football. And then you have a nice little 8-yard completion there, and then you get a holding penalty. It was unnecessary. You just didn't need to do it by Charles. And then you're running 2nd and 25, and now you're basically just trying to give yourself some breathing room to punt drives over. You come out your third drive, you hit a nice little 5-yard quarterback counter. Looks like you're about to get going, and then, second down, you give up a pressure. Riley has to throw it away. 3rd and 5, you're in a situation. It's 14-7. You put a nice drive together. You go in motion. I don't know what happened on the snap. It hits off Mitchell Evans, and the series is over. And you just had a series of like 6 plays where you just had 4 big miscues that were not really forced by the defense. They were your mistakes. And guess what? you didn't get the ball back the rest of the half. That was your possessions in the first half, outside of the 2 plays at the end of the first half, right after Ohio State scored. I mean, you're not going to win a football game when that's your response is basically back-to-back 3-and-outs to your first great drive. There's the pressure on 2nd and 5 was a nice job by Ohio State, but it was missing a wide open receiver. It was I thought Riley he was on the throwaway. I thought there was a guy he should have gone too early. There was a play early in the third quarter where you come out on that first drive of the third quarter and you don't get anything. Riley's got Chris Mitchell or Jaden Greathouse open on a curl route, doesn't get him. And Riley played his absolute butt off tonight. I'm not going to take away from that. But early in the game, he was not feeling it from a reading the defense standpoint. He was late with his reads. He had Chris Mitchell open twice for potential, good gains. The first one didn't hurt him. It was the first drive of the game, and they still ended up going down there and scoring. So it didn't hurt them. They made up for it. But those are the things you can't afford to miss on in a game like this. And then there was one other time where he had somebody open and the pressure got to him and he couldn't find him. When you have too many miscues like that, I mean, Trev, we talked about it, is if Ohio State comes out and you're having a hard time controlling them early, your offense has to respond and keep you in the game. We kept pointing to the North Carolina 2020 game as an example of that. And the offense didn't do that. And it was self-inflicted wounds. I mean, Ohio State doesn't make a receiver false start. Ohio State, playing hard can lead to a hold, right? But you've got to be smarter than that if you're Charles. But again, it's the guy's first start since the bowl game last year. I mean, it's unfortunate, no excuses, but you've got to make that kind of play. It was just a lot of stuff like that. I mean, Bo Collins is open on 1st and 10, and the quarterback misses them. I mean, Riley's got to make that play. And so, you just kind of felt like when the pressure kind of came off and they just started playing and Riley just started playing, Ohio State couldn't stop them. And you're just like, boy, if we could have seen that guy early in the game, who knows what we would have seen. But that also is one of my issues is I think Coach Denbrock called a really good game in the first quarter, but there was a lack of aggressiveness on the next 2 drives because of mistakes. You couldn't get to the point where you were aggressive because all of a sudden you're 2nd and 25. You know what I mean? So you get a false start, and now all of a sudden you're in 2nd and 15, and then you run a pass play you're in 2nd and 15. You got to get some yards there to get your and then a boom, you're holding, and now you can't go. You're not going to be aggressive from your own 10 at that point in time. And then the second drive starts the same way. Let's get back on track. Let's get Riley with a nice little 5-yard run, and then boom, you have 2 big miscues in a row. It's hard to be aggressive as a play caller when you're shooting yourself in the foot and you're going backwards in those type of situations. And by the time they got their 4th drive, it was 31-7. By the time they had their 4th true possession of the game. I mean, look, there's things they maybe could have done offensively on those 2 drives from a play calling standpoint, but that's an execution problem. That's a focus problem from the offense. And that put them behind the 8 ball. And then once they kind of got going a little bit in that third quarter, you said, okay, that's what you could have done the whole game. And they just never got to it, and people say, well, why didn't you target Jeremiah Love more? I think they should have targeted him more in the pass game. But it's like you had 6 plays after your touchdown drive when he had 3 carries, and then it was halftime. You know what I mean? It's like and now you're in a third quarter, you're down 24 points.
Right.
I think that played a big role in it as well. That was just kind of my frustration with the offense was you shot yourselves in the foot, and you can't do that against a defense like this and an offense like this because you're going to find yourself down 24-7, 31-7, and now you can battle back all you want, but you're not going to be able to, as we found out, not going to be able to come all the way back from that kind of deficit. You know what I mean? And part of the reason you came back too, let's be real about it, is Ohio State's offense called the dogs off a little bit. They started running the ball. They're trying to milk some clock, and that, and then you were able to make some stops, and kudos on that. But that played a big role too. So that was my frustration with the offense was you couldn't build on that early momentum because you shot yourself in the foot. And when you're playing a team like Ohio State, like I'll say again, a couple people say, well, you play that way because of how good Ohio State is. Well, kind of. There are some things that didn't go right because Ohio State did a really nice job. I mean, you found yourself in a situation where you kind of had to go for a field goal instead of a touchdown because Ohio State made some really good plays on the football and stopped you. But you can't compound Ohio State making plays against you with those type of self-inflicted wounds. And that's how you get yourself behind the 8 ball the way they did. And that's what hurt the offense, And so I'll talk more about what I loved in the second half, but that was my frustration with the first half. And Sean, I think you have even more to add to that. I see when I start talking about Jeremiah Love's touches, I saw you like perk up a little bit. So I know you got something to say about that one.
No, I just think the first drive was the start you wanted to have. Stylistically, to put them on their heels and then to set up other things. But like you said, the small things, the things that they weren't doing against Penn State. They come out of the game against Penn State, but they had 4 penalties. I think 2 of those were pass interference. They improved upon that. The pass pro was let me tell you something. Ladies and gents, I don't care if it was his second start. You got to start left tackle at Notre Dame. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that. And I think the offensive line, after a few rocky plays early on, in that second half, they gave Riley Leonard time. And you saw Riley Leonard, Hancock was somebody they could have gone after all night if they had time and they had the situations to be able to go back and take advantage of that. They could have gone after Ransom with Mitchell Evans, because Mitchell Evans started to come on. There were things that they could do, but like Brian said, they never got the opportunity to get to those things because they were playing from behind the sticks and they just couldn't get into them until like the 4th drive. So I like what I saw from the offensive line. I definitely did not like what I saw with the usage of the running backs. I have no clue what Mike Denbrock was thinking. I hope someone asks him about it post-game. He can get some clarity on that. Jeremiah Love wasn't wearing a brace. So my assumption is he felt better than he did against Penn State.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do you one even better there, Sean. He went and took it off. He started the game with a brace, and then when he got subbed out, he tapped out for a second and took it off.
All right. And then Jadarian Price early breaks one, and it's like, okay, all right, this is going to be the counter to Riley. But for me, I don't know if this is a result of how the game went, but it ended up just being too much on Riley Leonard's shoulder. Like in the run game and in the pass, it was just too much. And we'll get to it. I don't think they tried to take advantage of Aeneas on the linebackers in the pass game. Maybe I missed it. But once again, those are things, like you said, B, that first drive was perfect. But once Ohio State responded, you shrunk not only your possibilities, but you shrunk their possibilities, but you shrunk yours as well, especially when you couldn't respond. And I think the key drive was not the drive, was the drive right before they gave them the ball back, right before half, where they ended up scoring again. That's where you either needed to run the clock down and go into half up 14-7 or put 3 or 7 on the board to give it a different feeling going into the second half, knowing that they were getting the ball coming out of halftime. But that's situational football, man. And those are things that Notre Dame, they normally won those minutes. The last 4 of the first half, the first 4 of the second half. And tonight they weren't able to do that. So for me, I don't think this offense this is the offense for Notre Dame for this year that was needed. This is what was needed for Notre Dame to win this year. So that is something that Notre Dame fans, you get frustrated about this game, but this is how they were going to win the game. I did love the fact that they obviously came into the game wanting to get Chris Mitchell speed on the field. That was obvious. Like, we want to get him the ball, get his speed on the field, and take advantage of the defense. Man, the Ohio State defensive backs can be had. They grab, they hold. Really not that good in man-to-man coverage. And you saw that in the second half.
Yes.
And I probably should have brought this up big picture, but this just goes to why we saw struggles with Riley Leonard early. He looked a lot more comfortable knowing that 56 was that left tackle pass pro.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Sean, what are your thoughts? There's times Ohio State got to him. That's going to happen. I thought
Yeah.
overall the pass pro was solid in this game. I mean, this was, wasn't perfect by any stretch.
But I think Riley just felt, knowing that you have a true freshman there,
a guy you've
growing,
never played with.
Yeah, early on you could tell it affected him. It sped his clock up. I think tonight, even with that being Jackson's second start, and it's something I've said on the show before, I just felt like we would have seen a different Riley Leonard throughout the regular season if that starting left tackle had been there for the
That's
season.
fair.
But
that's fair.
And I think you saw that in the second half. But we saw a star. Hey, Jaden Greathouse the last two games. His confidence, we've been waiting on it.
Let me say something about that, because I've heard a lot of people say it's about time Greathouse showed up, and that bothers me because he's been doing this all year. He's been getting open all year. He just doesn't get targeted with football. Notre Dame's quarterbacks are, I think, what did I put in that post I made the other day? I think it's like something like 78% completion percentage when Jaden Greathouse gets targeted.
Yeah.
And Mitchell Evans was like something in the 70%. And I think through the first half, like through the first 2.5 quarters, they had been targeted a combined 4 times. That's inexcusable. Now, part of that's on the quarterback. He's got to look at those guys more. But like, that's something that frustrated me this season, and it hurt them a little bit early tonight. And I really thought we were going to see them early in the game target those guys more. And then, of course, in the second half, they target Jaden more, and they target Mitchell Evans more. And all of a sudden, the offense is cooking. It's like my guy Archer, who, and by the way, congrats, Archer, man. We love you, man. And we're obviously not happy that your happiness is coming at our expense, but we're happy for you, man. But like, that's his he said Jordan Hancock had the worst game of his season. Bro, that's not about Jordan Hancock. That's about Jaden Greathouse. That's a dog right there. And Notre Dame waited way too long to make Jaden Greathouse, to let the world know how good Jaden Greathouse was. This is what we saw all spring, and this is what I've seen in games all year. They just don't get them the football. And I think that was the biggest, if you want to point to the biggest consequence of Riley Leonard not being here in the spring, was he wasn't able to be part of that relationship building. All those throws that he was making, the Greathouse was, all the plays Greathouse was making, it was coming from Steve and Kenny and CJ. And him and Riley just never had that connection. And I wonder how much Jaden's drop against NIU kind of affected Riley's desire to go to him. Because, I don't know. I don't think that is the case, because he did go to him early against Louisville, and there'd be stretches like that, and then we don't see him again. But whoever the quarterback is next year, number one better be your best friend, because that is an absolute dog. Mm-hmm. And he showed the last 2 weeks, like, dude, just throw it up. Let him go make a play, because he doesn't have to be wide open to go make plays. But his feel for the game is outstanding, and we saw that in the second half. And if you're Jaden Greathouse, you also know how much those other quarterbacks love you, and you see how much you were a focal point of this offense in the last 2 games. So that should have been something that happened earlier in the year. We'll have all offseason to talk about that, but I mean, he put that team on his back in the second half. I mean, look, Riley Leonard played his butt off, and Riley Leonard made some throws in this game. But there's going to be no question who my game ball is going to. I'm just going to say it right now. It's Jaden Greathouse. I mean, he was an absolute dog in the second half of that game. I mean, he's a dude. He's an absolute dude. And that was your bright spot. I mean, you take him out of this game, and we're talking about we're having a much different vibe right now about how this game played out. And he's just another example of those kids that you're just like, boy, there was no quit. There's no lack of focus. There was no giving up from that young man. And I love that about him. And I can't wait to see what it's going to look like for him next year. But tonight, he was a dude. He was an absolute dude.
Absolutely. But I love what I saw. This is one of the best games. I think the wide receiver corps, Bo Collins with his false start. But other than that, Chris Mitchell was playing well. He was open. Bo Collins got a couple of penalties on holding. Jaden Greathouse stepped to the forefront. They had opportunities to make plays. Riley misses Jordan Faison coming across wide open. That could have been a big time play on that second drive. And so just things like that, man, shows you that there were opportunities there. But unfortunately, like you said, what they needed to do complementary as a football team, they weren't able to do. And when the offense needed to answer the bell right there in the middle of the game to keep things close, they didn't do anything to do that and accomplish that. But they answered the bell when it was time to go ahead and take advantage of the opportunities like Ohio State gave them in the second half. But bright spots, a lot of bright spots, in my opinion. As I look at that game, and then it was just missed opportunities. That's what angers me about this game. Because, like I said, man, when you get there, you get there without the assumption that, man, there is no I'll be back. I'm a sophomore. No, man, you're here.
Mm-hmm.
You're here. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. Doesn't matter what the point spread is. You're here. This is your opportunity. And like you said, Brian, what kind of ticks us off is we don't feel like they played their game. If they went down being them, you tip your cap. And you tip your cap anyway. But, man, it just in a lot of different ways. You feel like that's the penalties, uncharacteristic things, all of those things. That's not Notre Dame football, man. It's not about playing safe, right? Because it's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past offensively. It wasn't that the Notre Dame was playing safe. It was obvious that Mike Denbrock had a plan to come out, physically go at them straight ahead, try to wear them down, and then get to other things.
And they just couldn't because of those mistakes.
Absolutely.
I mean, you literally only had 2 possessions after that first drive. I mean, you're not going to be able to get into your bag when you have 6 plays in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Just, and you've got a hold, a false start, a drop. I mean, a miss. You're just, and then one of those plays is a 2nd and 25, and one of those plays is a 3rd and 23. You're just not going to be able to get into your bag a little bit. And but look, that's where the offense let the defense down by making those mistakes and putting themselves in that situation, Trev, because as you and I talked about the other day, the offense needed to be able to answer if Ohio State was hot. And that was the game right there. Yes, the defense struggled, and we'll get to that. But right now we're talking about the offense. And when Ohio State is clearly going to work on your defense, you can't afford to have those just quick out. And shout out to James Rendell for making the field position a lot better off for the defense than it should have been based on where they were punting from the first 2 drives.
Yeah.
His booms and then the coverage that followed it were outstanding. That actually, the special teams did their job early in regard to helping to win the field position battle, even though the offense wasn't helping. So nice job there by him. But I thought that they just couldn't. That Trev, them not being able to answer was that was the ball game from an offensive standpoint. We'll talk about what ball game was for the defense, but from an offensive standpoint, just those absolute shooting yourself in the foot and swings and misses when Ohio State was scoring you're just not going to come back behind on this football team, and you're not a team that can do that, in my opinion.
And they almost did. You know what I mean? I think that's what's so tough. Look, I'll say it. I've given my graces and I've given my flowers. I'm frustrated, man. Complimentary football tonight was absolute garbage. Can we just agree upon that? It was atrocious. Against a team as good as Ohio State's, 6 plays in the second quarter. The second Notre Dame got a false, because I've been hammering this home all season long. The second Notre Dame got a false start, I was watching it with some friends. And obviously, Lauren was there with me. The second that happened, I was like, that's the drive. That's it right there. Call me a negative Nancy. It's just I follow trends. I analyze how Notre Dame has played as an offense this season. The second something moves negative, it's done. That drive is now done. There are a few where it's like, oh, Riley Leonard took a sack, or there was like a 2-yard loss, but they get a good enough gain on 3rd down to go for it on 4th down. Which I have another comment about a decision to go for it on 4th down, and I'm not talking about the field goal. That was the stupidest play call I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry, it is. You have a quarterback that's 6'4". The first drive of the game, they wanted nothing to do with him down and distance and short. The second I saw number 18 trot out onto the field, I was like, this is a fake. the second. What are we doing?
He was freaking open, right? And Steve's got to make that play, but that's not the position to put him in.
No.
Like a fake rollout. Like, Steve has shown you bring him off the bench, you let him run the offense, he can make that throw, right? So this isn't a time to say, see, that's why Steve's not the guy next year.
Totally.
You don't put him in that situation of a fake punt, off center, take a punt, roll out, and then make a throw cold off the bench. You don't put him in that situation, in my opinion.
100%.
But here's the thing, but it was there. So you better have repped it enough where he was comfortable to come in and make that kind of play.
But that's
Tyler Buckner was. And he threw a much more difficult pass than what Steve did, right? So, here's my thing. Why not have Tyler make that throw?
And if the play breaks down and Faison isn't open, I trust Tyler Buckner to run and pick up 2 yards than I do Steve Angeli. But besides that, because I'm not upset that they went for it on 4th down. You have to, right? You're down by the margin that you're down. Ohio State's defense wanted nothing to do with QB counters and quarterback draws from Riley Leonard.
Nope.
I had the utmost faith, because the second I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, they're going for it on 4th down, QB draw. And then I saw Marcus Freeman waving everybody off of the field, and I was like, then just throw the white flag. Put in the second string and just let them finish out this game if you're punting here. And then the second I saw Steve Angeli try it out onto the field, I was like, okay, so we're running a fake punt on 4th and 2 on our side of the 50? That's what the game plan was? Blows my mind. I mean, to talk about the usage of the running backs, when you look at the box score, it's frustrating to see their carry numbers, but to a degree, I get it. Like when you go down 21-7 and Notre Dame's down then 28-7, I think we'd be also having a different conversation in the postgame show if they're down by 21 points and they come out and run duo and inside zone in the hopes that Jeremiah Love breaks. I'm not saying that he doesn't have that ability, but I personally would have been frustrated if you're down by 3 scores, you come out and run the football.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's also to a point.
I get that, but he's a guy that can go 70, right? I mean, but here's my frustration, Trevor, is, okay, cool, he's not Audric Estime, meaning if you can't run, well, I can't get him the football.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you're running screens to Bo Collins. Those can't be plays that you're getting Jeremiah Love the football to. Like, that's my thing, is like, I understand where you're, and I don't disagree with you. If you just come out and run inside zone and duo and you get stuff, 3rd down punt, and you're like, well, they quit. You know what I mean? When in reality, they're trying to pop one for Jeremiah Love. But when you're in that point where you just can't run those things anymore, there's nothing else you can do with Jeremiah Love to get him the football. A wheel route, an angle route where you clear everybody out and get him ISO'd on Sonny Styles or Cody Simon. You can't get him a now screen, a swing screen. You can't do something.
Right.
And then if you pop him a swing screen, you fake a swing and you bring a tunnel inside. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's been my frustration in this game. But it's been a kind of a frustration all year, is that if you're not handing him the ball off, he's not touching the ball enough.
Totally.
And I kind of get it because of the injury stuff. But, like, if he was out there lead blocking, he can catch a freaking screen.
Yeah. Well, that was my point. The carries on the box score, I get it, but no effort at all. Here's another one. No 21 personnel. None.
Yeah, they did. They ran a really poorly designed jet sweep where he half faked left and ran that jet on a short yardage with Jadarian Price lead blocking. So they ran 2 snaps of 21 personnel, but it wasn't necessarily overly creative, and then they never went back to it. But it doesn't change your overall point. I just want to make sure it wasn't none. It was very little, and we just didn't see really much out.
That's been my frustration all season. I'm a mismatch person. If you're going to put a defense in a bind, you make them prepare for your biggest game threats. All due respect to Jaden Thomas and Chris Mitchell, who were good players for Notre Dame. They came and did their part. If I'm a defensive coordinator, I don't look and say, guys, 10 could burn us on this one. I say 24 can. I say that 4 can. Like, I put defenses in more binds. The lack of willingness to go to 21 personnel just throughout the season, not even just in this game specifically, you know? And I feel like your lack of going to it throughout the entire season left a little bit to be desired. This would be the game to do it. You know what I'm saying? Their linebackers, not great in coverage. Jordan Hancock tonight, not great in coverage because of the play of Jaden Greathouse. This was the time to do it. Because if you get Jaden Greathouse going in the slot, You can have Jadarian Price in. You can motion out Jeremiah Love and get him going in the pass game. You put the defense in more binds. And you don't even do that.
Especially after what we saw last game against Texas. But
and Aeneas Williams' performance against Penn State.
Yeah, like that. I could even if you're like, okay, look, Jeremiah is still not 100%, and we couldn't practice him the volume need to practice him to get him more involved in the pass game. Like, I actually kind of get that. Then what about number 20? You know, that's your best group. And I felt like you didn't do a whole lot to kind of get them going when the game was still in doubt. Like third and fourth quarter, I get it. You're not going to,
Sure.
There's not a lot you're going to do with them. But I just felt like we needed to see a little bit more. I mean, because the whole first drive was you had the one nice run from Jadarian, but the whole first drive was Riley passing and running.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 9 carries in the first drive. That's not sustainable.
Nope.
I mean, so you just didn't have any other answers. And again, but part of that was because you shot yourself in the foot with penalties and mistakes. And that next thing you know, your fourth possession, you're down, was it 31-7?
Yeah, I mean, your fourth real possession is in the second half. That's just
right. Down 31-7, right?
Yeah.
But I did think this game also showed, though, that this team had better receiver talent than maybe we give it credit for when they turn it loose. A lot of the stuff we saw earlier was like snag routes and quick game. And I think that it was kind of Mike Denbrock feeling out how the line was going to play, which I understand. But again, when you only run 6 plays basically after your opening drive, you don't get a lot of those opportunities to feel that out. And that was sort of the frustration with it, is because you couldn't see some of those things kind of come into fruition. And
I think if there's one positive takeaway that I do have, I think in the second half of this game and the second half of the Penn State game, you started to get a glimpse of what a Mike Denbrock offense is supposed to look like, in my opinion, like from a passing game perspective. Now, there's going to be a lot of discussion. I'm going to have to go back and watch the All-22, right? And there's going to be some things about, maybe Ohio State was just playing like a deep cloud coverage and not give up like some 70-yard bomb. It is what it is. But
I mean, to a degree, there were some changes, but they were still trying to cover.
Oh, yeah.
And they were just getting beat.
Oh, totally.
And my thing is, there were things they could have done to get to some of that stuff earlier. But again, you didn't have a lot of opportunities to do that because of some of those mistakes. And again, also part of it is because you had misses by your quarterback. I mean, again, if, second drive, Bo's a crossing route, you hit him, it's a 5-6 yard gain. Now all of a sudden you're in 2nd and 4 and you're not behind, now you're not in your false start gets you into 2nd and 9. You don't need to run the pass play you ran that led to the hold. And then you put yourself behind the sticks that way. Same thing with the second drive, nice 5-yard gain early. Just was those stupid shooting yourselves in the foot type of plays that kept you from really getting anything going. And again, this is not a team that you can sputter your way. I mean, we talked about that, Trev. You needed 2 scores on your first 3 possessions. Just had to have it. Because here's the thing, if you get a score there, you're down 21-10 at halftime at worst, because they're not getting that final field goal drive because they wouldn't have had enough time if you would have put another scoring drive together, because literally the first 2 drives of the game from the 2 teams took up the first quarter. You know what I mean? Like neither team had a second possession in the first quarter. And that's where it's not just about the points you lost, but those plays are taking points off the board for them because they're not going to have enough possessions. They don't get that 4th possession, for them in the 4th quarter either.
Sean, I mean, we've covered a lot of different topics here on offense. I mean, we're kind of touching on all different positions here. Are there any position groups that for, positive or improvement reasons that stood out to you? I know you talked about the offensive line, the receivers played a better game. We're kind of covering big picture here on the offense, but are there any specific position groups that you wanted to highlight here moving forward?
Well, I think, that sore thumb is going to be in the angst that's going to stay with me is the running back room, right? It's like, dude, they're so talented in so many different ways. And there's so many different ways you can use them to impact the defense. That's going to stick out to me. The O-line, I was pleasantly surprised by the fight, the O-line. I thought the way that 13 fought was directly connected to the way that the offensive line fought. And I think they were put in position to play outside of the game that they wanted to play. I think they wanted to play a physical, straight ahead game and wear Ohio State down and then get into the bag late in the third quarter and the fourth quarter in the passing game. And when they were put behind the 8 ball, having to, face a pretty good front four that knew that Notre Dame was going to primarily be passing the ball, I think they held up pretty well. So yeah, I'll definitely tip my cap. And like you said, the wide receiver Jaden Greathouse, he's been, like you said, he's been doing it all year, getting open. Finally, he makes the connection with Riley. And look, Mitchell Evans and Eli Raritan, made plays tonight. So that is what you leave this game saying. It sounds like sour grapes, but you leave this game saying, dude, there were things there. Like, dude, there were things there to take advantage of this team and put 30 points on the board. Like, there were things there. And we'll get to the defense. But overall, I think the game plan was solid. Offensive line held up their end. They responded when they needed to. They set the tone on the first drive. To be honest, they set the tone. And then 13, he got better as the game went on. And I guess it's an incomplete for the running backs, right? We don't know what they would have been able to do because they really weren't used. And like you said, Trevor, time situation dictates some of that, but I think the second drive would have been a perfect drive after you just literally wore Riley out on the first drive to come out with the running backs downhill and like play action and probably getting to the tight ends off of that, doing other things. I think the two formations defensively that Ohio State struggled with were 12 personnel and 21 personnel all year. When teams went 12 and 21, Ohio State struggled to stop the run because they love to stay in nickel, right? So I'm like you, Trevor. I saw 12, but I saw a lot of 11 tonight as well. Go ahead.
No, I say I thought you were done. I was gonna ask Trev. Like, I know you're gonna ask me if I have any other thoughts, Trev, but I wanted to get I know sometimes when you're leading the show, it can be hard to kind of get your thoughts in there as well. But like, what are some other things that kind of stood out for you?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, just to echo Sean, that I thought the pass protection was some of the best. I think the most consistent because in the previous offensive line throughout the season, it would literally be a series they were pretty good, and then the following series it was what happened to 5 minutes ago? You know what I mean? I think this is the most consistent that they've played, especially when you consider this is Jagasaw's first time playing left tackle since the Sun Bowl. I mean, it's been over a year. You go and yes, Rocco was healthier than he was again in Penn State. The kid wasn't 100%, right? I mean, that's unfortunate. You love Pat Coogan and the fight that he has, but like there were reasons why Ashton Craig was the starting center at the start of the year. You know what I mean? But Ohio State had a really good defensive line. They did. And I thought their offensive line battled. It sucks because I think that there's a lot left to be desired in the run game because I want to evaluate, like, how did they do on the quarterback design runs?
Yeah.
Thought they blocked pretty well.
And there was a couple others. There was one run where Jeremiah Love got a 3-yard gain where he kind of got tripped up from behind.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get tripped up from behind, he's gone. So I thought the offensive line battled from what I could tell. I have to watch the all 22, but I thought they battled. There's a play like Emil got beat by Jack Sawyer where he kind of stopped his feet and Jack did a nice rip around him. But, he held his own well and Jagasaw had to hold and he got beat one other time. But he held his own. I mean, when you play those two kids, they're going to have wins. They had wins against Joe Alt and Blake Fisher last year. But
100%.
Overall, can you give your quarterback time to throw? And what Ohio State was trying to do late in the game is they were trying to rush 4 and drop 7. And they couldn't get to him with 4, and they were still able to get guys open. And the offensive line, because like they threw a lot of balls down the field, and there was a couple times they got guys free, and Riley did a nice job of making them miss. One of them was a running back mistake. Jadarian Price was late to see Cody Simon coming. And Riley had a guy open on that play that he could have gone to if he had time, but he couldn't. If Riley would have tried to plant and throw, he probably gets drilled, the ball flops. I'm not saying Riley made a mistake there. I'm saying if he would have had time, he had a guy he could have gone to. But I think overall, I thought they did a good job there holding up there.
Yeah.
But and again, people keep asking, like, do you think Denbrock was conservative? I don't think he was conservative. I don't think they had the opportunity. We had the opportunity to find out. Like, again, guys, I want to remind you, after the 18-play touchdown drive, their second possession was basically 3 plays. 1st and 10 were they passed, and you had someone open. Riley missed them. Then you have a 2nd and 15 after a false start. That play gets called back. You have an 8-yard gain, another pass for 8 yards. That would have got you into 3rd and 7. And then you have a hold, and then you're 2nd and 25. Drive's over it. You're at your own 11. Drive's over. You want to try to drop back again and maybe get called for holding again, or have something happen there? No, it's try to pop one with Jadarian, because you've done that before. And if it doesn't happen, then you try to get some yards and you punt out of there. Your next possession, you went quarterback counter on the first drive. And I'm trying to remember what the play was on 2nd and 5, but JT beat Jagasol and pressured Riley, had to throw it away. He had to scramble and throw it away. There was a guy open early on that play. And then 3rd and 5, you never got to see the play develop. They're dropping back to throw. You never get to see the play develop because it hits off of Mitchell Evans, and they have to recover the fumble. That's literally all they had in the first half after that, because the half was over. And so, I mean, you're not, it was 28-7 the next time you got the ball back. Excuse me. Like a real possession. And so those are things that you look at and you say, you can call it conservative all you want. I don't know what was conservative about that. I don't know what the expectation was. Like 6 plays where guys were open and the quarterback missed them. I'm not saying, Riley's the reason they lost. I mean, he played his butt off, but he missed those reads. He missed those throws. I don't know what you want me to say about that. I love the kid. He battled his butt off. Notre Dame is not in this game tonight if Riley Leonard doesn't transfer to Notre Dame.
Correct.
Those are all true. I love that kid. But he also has had moments this year where he wasn't feeling good about going through his progressions, and he was thrown off his back foot, and he missed 3 or 4 open guys tonight, like 4 or 5 open guys tonight before he got hot, that they were open. Jaden Greathouse on a curl on the first drive of the 3rd quarter. He was open. He just went late, and then he throws it into the ground, and he's got to make some of those reads better, and he's got to get the ball out better. And so, again, I don't think it was about being conservative. They didn't have the ball, and then they shot themselves in the foot in those plays. So they didn't play well offensively, and the offensive coordinator has to take responsibility when the offense doesn't play well. You don't get to say, well, we had this mistake and that mistake. Well, your job is to make sure that those mistakes don't happen. That's what every good coach will tell you. I promise you that's what Mike Denbrock's saying. He's pissed about those plays, but he's going to look in the mirror and say, what did I do in our preparation to make us where we weren't prepared to execute better there? That's why he's here, right? So he'll own that, and he needs to own that, but it wasn't about being conservative. It was about not executing. And I don't think there was a lack of conservativeness. We never got to see what that was going to look like. And that was a bigger issue for me, because you went from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 25 because of back-to-back penalties. I don't know what you're supposed to do there if you're Mike Denbrock.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the first possession, it's hard to get a gauge of what the game plan's supposed to be when you run 6 plays outside of your first offensive possession in an entire half. I mean, that's just me. Gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys got any more in the offense?
No, I mean, part of me wants to just dive into the offense for next year, just because there's so much I want to say. But we'll get into that later this week. I want to focus on this game, but people's like Trestle Ball. Spare me with that, guys. Like, this Trestle Ball won a championship. You guys do remember that, right? Like, Trestle Ball beat 2002 Miami. That's not an insult. Stop. That's not what this was. Just stop, man. Just be better. Be better than that. They didn't execute. This wasn't about conservative play calling and other that lazy stuff that we do when stuff doesn't work. Whenever stuff doesn't work, it's bad play calling. No, it was bad execution, which is also all that falls at the feet of the coordinator. But it wasn't about being conservative. They got to play better, especially
It's
against a
like
defense like that.
when you play teams like this that have great spurt ability, you have to be able to break their runs. You cannot let them go on extended runs. You have
Right.
to do something in the middle of that run to stem the tide.
Right.
Totally.
And you have to. And that is, they have shown that. Like when they get on the roll, they're going to be hard to stop. You have to respond. And most of the time, you have to respond offensively because they're that good on the offensive side of the ball. And then allow your defense to kind of get back into the game, right?
And if he'd have come out throwing bombs on that second drive and to go 3 and out, it's like, dude, your defense just gave up a score. You needed to put a drive together.
Right.
Like if it doesn't work, it's going to be criticized for, well, you were way too aggressive there. And if it didn't work, they didn't execute. That's not a justification. That's still a problem. You got to execute better. That's your job. You know, as a coach, your job is to call plays, but also and it's the player's job to execute. But your job as a coach is to make sure you've done the work in preparation to make sure your players execute at a high level. And that didn't get done tonight. So be critical, but let's focus on the correct things to be critical about. And you just got to play better at the end of the day. So that's it. I gave my game ball already. It's Jaden Greathouse. Anyone have something different? There's no rule says you have to be different. Anybody want to go anywhere else with that?
Nope.
All right. Cool.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for the offensive portion of the post-game show, but don't go anywhere. We still have the defensive side, and we still have a handful of super chats that we have to get to, guys. But before we get there, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame as much as you do, because win or lose, Irish Breakdown is here, and we're going to continue cranking out really awesome content for you guys because you guys have been fantastic. The best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. There's a lot of great conversation going on over there. I can't guarantee you how fantastic the conversation is after tonight, but throughout the season, there's going to be a lot of awesome things to talk about in 2025, like we've continued to hint at.
People will vent, and then they'll get over it, and they'll start reflecting on how great this season was, and the excitement for next year will grow. That's why we're fans. We're fanatical. We're emotional. We're disappointed because I think a lot of people thought this team had a chance to win.
Yep.
Some people handle that better than others. But that, I mean, they'll be fine. People will rally and they'll be fine. And then people who don't, the people want to bail. Okay, cool. Right. But we're gonna have some great conversation this offseason. Boards.irishbreakdown.com.
All right, guys. In what is, I think, a little bit odd with the season that Notre Dame had overall, it's time to dive into the defense, which was the struggling side of the ball, I would say, more often than not tonight. And I'm putting that lightly because I know we're kind of about to talk about everything that went down tonight. So I'm going to leave it open to the floor. Brian, if you want to take it, go ahead. Overall thoughts on the defense, man.
I think kind of big picture is if this is Al Golden's last game at Notre Dame, it's a really heartbreaking and disappointing way for his tenure to end. And if the reports coming out after the game, and these are things that, Trev, I told you earlier today that, I'd heard from a couple people that I'm hearing that this is likely. It's disappointing because he's done so many great things the last 2 years. And I almost feel like I need to preface what we're about to say with that, because I'm not happy about what I saw tonight. But it doesn't take away from the tremendous things that Al Golden has done to get them on this stage. So I want to make sure that it, look, and we're not going to be childish, and we're not going to do that, bro. But tonight, like, I know people say, like, well, he was too focused on the Bengals and blah. I don't know that. You don't know that. I know what I can see, right? And what I can see was tonight, Sean, was the first time I felt like Al Golden coached like he didn't have confidence in his kids. Tonight, he coached like he knew he didn't have better players than Ohio State. And he coached, I'm trying to think of the right word to use, but like he didn't go with what got him here. And that bothered me. And I don't even have a problem with them mixing up zone and man. They do that all the time. They're not like this 90% man team like everybody thinks that they are. But I felt like you did so much of both that your kids never got comfortable with either. You know, like you're asking Christian Gray to play off man and off zone. That's not who he is.
No.
And people are like, oh, Christian Gray sucks. Well, yeah, he sucks at doing things he's not good at and doing things that you haven't asked him to do all year. Why would you put him in that situation? Like early in the game, they're playing like this off coverage and, you know, and they're letting him get these easy throws and they're putting Rod Hurd in there and he's getting beat on moves. And it's just like the secondary didn't play well, but I didn't think they put them in position to be there. And they coached like, we know we don't have better players. They didn't bring the linebackers as much. They kept trying to now drop the linebackers in coverage. Jack Kaiser's not a great, hunting, crossers guy, overs guy. He's never been good at that stuff. So why are you asking him to hunt Emeka Egbuka on an over route? You know what Jack Kaiser's pretty good at? Blitzing the quarterback. And I felt like they went away from what got them there. Look, doing what got you here may have got you beat. But you darn sure are going to get beat when you do things that your team's not good at and hasn't shown a propensity to be good at. And you tried that crap against USC, and they torched you. You went away from what got you there because you were concerned about some of those matchups, and they torched you. And then, of course, when the D-line's not playing well, you're toast. And the D-line did not play well. And I thought he put too much on the front four to have to try to generate a pass rush. And that's not really who they are. Yeah, they stepped up against Georgia, and that's great. But can you replicate that or not? Tonight, they couldn't. And that's why I said tonight was the first night where you felt like the injuries finally caught up to him because you didn't have Riley Mills up the middle. And the interior got very little pass rush. Outside of Donovan Heinisch. Howard Cross was just not himself this in the playoffs. He never was truly back to what he was before the injury. He played his butt off, but we've seen Howard Cross way better than he's been in the playoffs. And that's not banging on him because, again, the kid's giving you everything he's got. He just has no juice left because of the injury against Florida State. So not having Riley Mills, who was on an absolute tear until the minute he was injured, tonight it caught up to you because you played a team that you had to get a good pass rush. Not having Boubacar Traore and Jordan Patelho caught up to you tonight. Mm-hmm. Not having Benjamin Morrison caught up to you tonight. But especially those three down linemen, because you were asking your D-line to generate pressure, and that's just not who they really are in four-man type of looks. They just aren't. And that was my frustration is I hate getting beat and not when like I feel like I didn't give it everything I got or I didn't like let it all hang out. And I felt like the players let it all hang out. I don't feel like Al Golden did. And I don't mean that as a jab at him or any. I'm just saying like I was disappointed. They didn't say, "Hey, look, this is who we are. We're going to ride or die with that." Because if I'm gonna go down, Sean, like if I'm gonna get into you and I like to talk boxing, and I know you like boxing, but if I'm gonna get beat by somebody, I'm gonna get beat fighting. I'm not gonna stand there and run away from you the whole fight. I'm gonna come at you, and if you're a better man than me, then you're gonna beat me. If you got more talent than I do, and maybe Ohio State did, right? And I'm not saying they don't, but like. I'm gonna go down swinging. I'm gonna go down with what I did for 15 games that got me here. And I felt like tonight Al Golden coached like he didn't have faith in his players to play their game. And that's incredibly disappointing. And that's what's left a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth. It's like if Ohio State would have done exactly what they did and Notre Dame did exactly what they've done all year to get here, I'd have been like, hey, man, tip your cap to Brian Hartline for recruiting some monsters out there because, like, their fourth receiver, Brandon Ennis, is a former top 50 recruit. That's a dude. We talked about that all week. Cardinell's a dude. We talked about that all week. But that's not what happened. They were dudes on Ohio State. This is not to take away from the job Ohio State did. They were excellent. And I think that's why Will Howard was 13 of 13. Like maybe he still would have had the same amount of yards, but maybe he would have needed 5 or 6 more passes to get there, and maybe you could have forced him into some mistakes, but they never threatened him with their pressure package until later in the game. And guess what? A lot of those pressures started getting to him later in the game. That's what kind of pissed me off is like They still hit some balls late. And then the final thing for me, you're in 3rd and 11. This is the time to give your corners help because you know what's coming. And you not only play man with no safety help, you have him play off man, which he has shown you all year he's not good at. Almost every time he got beat by USC, it was against off man. The play against Arian Smith, off man. And tonight, off man. You did not let Christian Gray do what he does. And if he'd have pressed Jeremiah Smith and got beat, tip your cap to Jeremiah Smith. But you asked your cornerback to do something he's not good at, and he got beat. Yeah, Christian's got to make a better play there. This doesn't absolve Christian from you. You got to do a better job there. But you don't put him in that situation, and you don't give him help over the top. It's one of those times, make someone else beat you. And if their 2nd or 3rd or 4th receiver beats you, you tip your cap to him and say, that's why you're the champs. And they may still have converted there. I'm not saying they wouldn't. But I just don't like getting beat by not playing my game. That's where I'm at. And that's what frustrated me about tonight. You know?
Sean, what do you got for us, man?
Look, man, I wrote a lot down. Brian, you went over a lot of it. I'll try to bring up some of the things. One of the key plays, I think it was the second drive. They get a stop on 1st down. 2nd down, they throw a pass to G. Scott, the tight end, in the flat. Should have been a 1-yard gain. 3rd and long. He breaks a tackle, turns it into 3rd and short. And they end up converting. Things like that. They go play action. Waggle. JT just crashes down too hard. Lets Will Howard outside. That's the play. Jack Kaiser's in zone. And Abuka is coming across and gets behind them, and they convert that. JT, you got to do a better job. You got to hold your ground, set the edge, get upfield, and force that throw earlier. And Jack's probably in position if you first force an earlier throw. And it's just things like that. Of course, the injuries caught up with it. Especially the pass rush. You saw it a little bit, against they made plays against Georgia, but that offensive line, that Georgia offensive line has been a mess all year at the tackle position. And then Penn State, you kind of saw, oh, man, and tonight, give Ohio State a lot of credit. Their offensive line is injured as well. They've had to shuffle things around. Donovan Jackson's out at tackle now. But I thought from a formational standpoint, for the first time, Ryan Day, I tipped my cap to Ryan Day. Him and Chip Kelly were very disciplined tonight. Instead of getting pass happy, they actually played and allowed that passing game to come off of the running game. They ran for 214 yards tonight. I didn't see that coming. But that takes me to Al Golden. Look, man, I don't care what Ford does. I don't care. You tell Xavier Watts, stay over the top of this dude. It's you and Christian or you and Leonard all night. Take him away. We're going to let Jordan Clark take care of this slot. Our linebackers will combo to take care of these guys, but we're crowding the line of scrimmage. Dude, our linebackers have been crowding the A-gap all year long at the start of the snap. Just giving different looks. You don't know if they're coming. You don't know if they're bailing out. Didn't do any of that tonight.
Yeah.
Everything was just super conservative. Man.
You knew what different. They were lined up in.
Yes, and you gave Will Howard a clean look pre-snap.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to rush him and give him a different look because you know your defensive ends you can't depend upon.
Sean, which is why even sometimes they got pressure on him. He was fine because he knew exactly where he was going to go with the football. That's not what got you here.
He would step to the side, move up in the pocket,
or just throw it because he knew who he had in the one-on-one.
Yeah.
All season, what's worked for them is because a quarterback makes him a decision like that, and he doesn't know what's happening behind him, and that's how they get thrown into mistakes.
Yeah.
They know
the rules. They obviously watched the Penn State game, right? Because Kolenicki took advantage of second down pressure from Al Golden throughout that game.
Mm-hmm.
Chip was masterful on second down tonight with his calls. You just look at his second down calls, they really hurt Notre Dame, right? Because the tendency is that's when Al Golden is going to bring pressure. And they caught Notre Dame in those pressures. So he got out coached tonight. And for the first time, I can honestly say an offensive coordinator, because usually even with great play callers that he's faced, Brom and Lincoln, Al eventually would get them. Like they would have something on them early, and eventually Al would get them.
That USC game was that way.
Yeah. Tonight, Chip Kelly just, and I think it's like that last, that bomb, that's like if it's a tie game or you're up one or you're up one and they have the ball and you're facing the Bulls, who do you think is going to take the shot? Who do you think is getting the shot? Mike 23 is getting the shot. What are we doing?
Right.
So do we let him take the shot one-on-one or do we get it out of his hands? And as soon as you saw 4 to the field, man-to-man on off coverage, is like, and then if you're going to play off coverage, you're playing inside technique. Because Christian, he bites. He bites on short routes. So don't put him in position. Why you don't put him in off. Oh my God. To bite on short routes and get beat over the top. Like, that's his issue. It's mind-boggling. And we talk about Al Golden doing a great job all year, putting his guys in position. He didn't do that. But I want to tip my cap to the effort, right? Because the linebackers didn't have the greatest night in the run game.
Their run fits were awful.
Man, Jaden Osbury, his missed tackles the last 2 games have been. But you
saw the youth tonight, Sean. Like from the linebacking core. I mean, Drake had some big plays in the second half, like late in the game, but he also had some really bad run fits early that were costly.
Yeah.
Jaden had some bad run fits and some missed tackles, and Jack really struggled in coverage tonight and struggled to get off blocks. And I don't know why we didn't see more of Jalen Snead. He's been one of your best playmakers in the playoffs, a linebacker, and you barely played him. And you're struggling to get pressure on the quarterback, and we don't see Jalen Snead. And we didn't see a whole lot of Kingston coming off the edge either in this game from what I saw. That was another head scratcher. There's a lot of head scratchers tonight, dude.
But I mean, like, even with that being said, I mean, just, on that Buka screen with the big play for Ohio State, for Drake to hustle and get back in that play and create that fumble, that just speaks to the culture of this team. Because this kid's having a bad night. He probably knows he's not playing his best. But to get back in the play and create that fumble and give Notre Dame an opportunity to go down and get a score eventually, they didn't get the score off their turnover. But it's disappointing. I thought I would never see this type of performance from this defense.
This is a preparation problem. This is a preparation problem, which led to an execution problem, and it was one of the more disappointing. It was one of the more disappointing, just all around performances from a Notre Dame defense in a while, which says a lot because of how good they are. But Jim Knowles and Chip Kelly tonight, and Mike Denbrock to a degree also. I thought they all said, "Hey, this is who we are, and we're going to come at you."
Yeah.
Sometimes it was good enough, and sometimes it wasn't. What made this performance so bad is because I felt like Al Golden was the one coordinator who said, "Nah, we're not going to do what got us here." You say, "Well, we don't have the players to do so." Well, okay. Well, you didn't have the players to do what you did tonight either, or at least you didn't do enough to prepare them to be able to play that way tonight, and that's a frustrating thing.
I would have even appreciated, if you're going to do that, then for the first time, flip Gray and Moore. Just tell Leonard you're following Jeremiah Smith.
Exactly. If you're going to go away from what you did all year, then
absolutely.
Yes. Because like my whole thing about people say, well, why don't you have Leonard Moore go cover Jeremiah Smith? And I said, because you do what got you here. Like now you're asking Leonard Moore to not do things he's done all year. But if you're going to not do what you've done all year anyway, Sean, you're absolutely right. You say, hey, number 15, you go number 4 goes.
Wherever he goes, that's your guy.
Right.
All night.
100%, Sean. 100%.
Right? But you could tell, I think they were playing slow because for the first time all year, they were being forced to think rather than just playing and just being themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were thinking like, okay, we're not used to doing this. Are we in the right play? Even on the touchdown to Jeremiah Smith, I'm very interested in what Christian was trying to communicate. Obviously, he saw something when Jeremiah Smith motioned back in, regardless of the motion, that was his man. that eventually caught the touchdown pass. But it was some indicator that he saw that he was trying to communicate that no one else picked up. And it's just, man, I would have been from the first snap, I'd have been trying to hit Will Howard in his chin strap.
Yeah.
I'm coming out first
if
play,
he's throwing a dime
all out
behind it, okay,
absolutely,
tip your cap to them.
Absolutely. I'm not about to sit back and let you get comfortable calling the run, calling the pass, not bringing pressure. They brought zero pressure off the edge. Not one. It's like you have to bring some edge pressure. You have to. I think the only time in the first half they got pressure, RJ Oben got some pressure and just couldn't get there in time. And then he gets there late and gets the personal foul for the late hit.
Yeah.
But like you said, Ryan, the pitfall that was injuries all year on the defensive line finally caught up to Notre Dame. And of course, it gets magnified when you go up against an extremely talented offense.
Right.
Like that's usually how it happens. When you go up against an uber talented offense and they don't make mistakes. So you tip your cap to Ohio State. They didn't make the same penalties that they made against Texas. They didn't stub their toe offensively like they did against Texas. They were efficient. They did what they had to do. They ran the ball for 214 yards, which was absolutely huge. And I think it made it very, very comfortable for Will Howard early on.
The other thing is this is a team that the reason they've been able to keep the quarterback, because remember back in 2022, they had a lot of issues with quarterback containment that year. Mm-hmm. Even like Jack Plummer for Cal had, it was Jack Plummer. Yeah, it was Jack Plummer had scrambles. He was taking off and running because they were not good at contain. And one of the reasons they've been really good at contain the last couple of years is because they do so much, bringing linebackers is they're really good at if they don't get to the quarterback, they keep the quarterback in the pocket because they have all the gaps covered. And by not bringing your linebackers tonight and doing whatever it is they were doing half the time, you're now having run lanes be exposed. This isn't the first mobile quarterback they've faced all year. And Will Howard did a great job with his decision-making on seeing those lanes and getting to them. He played a phenomenal game, right? I mean, so he took advantage of the mistakes that Notre Dame made and made some throws. I mean, one of his third down throws, he got drilled in the face and just got the ball out. So I give a huge shout out to him for how he played in this game too, man. But because you went away from what's worked so well the last couple of years, we started seeing some flashbacks of 2022 when they did more four-man pressures and they couldn't get to the quarterback, and we saw them lose contain. Way too much of that tonight. Really poor job by the D-line with contain tonight. I mean, even a simple play of like they're running inside zone and I think it was a third down run, and Junior allows himself to get sealed and they bounce it behind him. Like, dude, you can't do that. You just can't do that. You can't make that mistake. Yeah. So just a lot of uncharacteristic things from tonight. And, that's just basically how it came down to it, man. So that's the thing. You got to execute better in those areas, but you're going to have Sean, at this point in time, you're not going to execute well things that you haven't been doing all year, especially with a young group of players. And Notre Dame has got a lot of young players playing. I mean, we saw 3 freshmen play a ton tonight, right? Bryce Young, KBA, Leonard Moore, ton of true sophomores, Schuler, Gray, Bowen, Alsbury, and, a lot of redshirt sophomores playing. I mean, you got to let those guys thrive. You got to let them do what got them here. And they didn't do that. And that's what they got to,
I'll counter what you said about Al Golden maybe not having the confidence in his guys. And I'll counter that with he possibly just plain and simply outthought himself. Maybe he just said, you know what, I'm gonna hold some things in the bag to the second half. Because sometimes you can do that. You like, I have stuff. Same thing with Mike Denbrock. He didn't have a chance to get to it. But with this, I'm not understanding why from the gate you're not trying to be aggressive and hit Will Howard. That's the only thing that kind of baffles me. Like if you have some stuff in the bag, some looks that you want to save to kind of get to in the second half. Most coordinators do that, whether it's offensively or defensively. Let me hold this in the back pocket. But just to come out as passive as they did, Trevor, man, as passive as they were, I understand why Marcus Freeman going to the halftime was saying, "Yo, I have to calm this team down."
He was not happy.
No.
I mean, he's like, we're doing this, we're doing that. It was like, this isn't who we are.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll say this about defense. First and foremost, preparation was an epic and absolute failure. Completely. You want the definition of what a defense looks like when they're uncomfortable being asked what they're told to do, because you have a group of kids who will do anything that you ask them to do. They were put in horrible spots, and they were uncomfortable with what they were doing because they were unfamiliar with it. Here's what I think happened to Al Golden. This was the first time since USC in 2022 that he fed into what the media said about the team that they were playing. That's what I will firmly stand on that, because it was, you can't play as much man. You can't and what did you do? You went away with what happened. In 2022, what was it? You're not going to be able to contain Caleb Williams. He's going to make big plays downfield. You played passive. You let USC that year run for 200 yards. Does that sound familiar to any performance? I don't know, like one that we just watched? That's what it was. An epic and absolute failure on defense. There were some bright spots. I think Jordan Clark aside, the team tackled abysmally in back-to-back games. Against Georgia, you had 4 missed tackles. In the last 2 games, you've had 26. 26. That's awful. And there is no, that's bad. Josh Burnham, I thought, had a good game. He had 2 sacks. I thought he was one of the only ones getting good pressure on Will Howard tonight. You know, the interior of the defensive line was just depleted. But to me, this all comes down to preparation. It was all an epic failure, in my opinion. It was, where I'm the most frustrated is at multiple points during the game watching it. My only thought was, you had 10 days and you came up with that?
Yeah, and here's the issue, Trev. Like, when you're playing a team like Ohio State, they're going to make you miss at times. They're going to hit some plays at times. They're going to do things that are really good because they're really good. As we've said from the day this game was set, these are the 2 best teams in college football. But one team came into this game and said, we're going to keep doing what got us here. And the other team said, I don't think we can do what got us here. And I don't know if it was because of the media. I don't know the motivation, but I know the end result's the same, Trev. And that is, you went away from what got you there. And if you're going to go down, that's like I said at the beginning, if you're going to go down swinging. And because we're grown-ups, we can say Al Golden is a big reason that you got to this game. Huge reason you got to this game.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean I then have to just give him a pass for how he coached tonight and the game plan he put together, because he didn't do a good job. That doesn't mean that we're blaming him for the loss. Every group was part of the loss. It's just that, I don't know, this is the defensive section, so we're going to kind of focus on the freaking defense. You know, and so that's the reality of it. Al Golden, as I've said before, flat out should have won the Broyles Award. And I don't know if that's been given out or not yet. And I don't know if that's an award. But I don't care. Even with tonight, when you think about, well, what does his game plan look like if he has Benjamin Morrison, Boubacar Traore, Riley Mills, and Jordan Botelho? Maybe then he does have more. So the point is, he did a phenomenal job this year. I'm so thankful that Al Golden was Notre Dame's defensive coordinator the next 3 years. And if he leaves after this, I'm going to be rooting like crazy for him. I don't have any ill will towards him. He did a bad job in this game. He did. It's okay. Doesn't change all the things that he did in the past. Just means tonight he didn't have it tonight. I don't know what the reason is for it. I don't want to personally, I don't want to prescribe negative motivations or reactions, or was he too distracted interviewing for the Bengals, or he's going to take the job tomorrow. Is that like I mean, is that in the back of my mind? If he's going to take the job tomorrow, which there's rumors out there on the interwebs now, he didn't just decide that after the game. That had already been decided. I mean, can you really be? I don't know. Maybe he was 100% locked in. We've seen other coaches There's rumors that Jim Knowles is going to leave Ohio State for another job. He was in his bag tonight, early in the game. He did a pretty solid job. I don't think he coached quite as well as maybe what people are pointing out to be. I think Notre Dame kind of hurt themselves a little bit when they stopped hurting themselves. They cooked his defense a little bit in the second half. But the point is the end result's the same. They did this, and it's not just him. This staff as a whole, they're all part of it, right? I mean, they're all part of it, and I think they just didn't do a great job. But I think when you look at it with like Al Washington, for example, his D-line didn't play very well tonight, and there's some correctable things that can happen tonight. But I think this was the first time you're like, you're playing. This is the first time where you really needed some dudes that he just didn't have because they're all on the sidelines now. And I don't know what you're supposed to do about that, especially if you're not doing things behind them that you've been doing that help turn them loose a little bit. It's a lot harder to block an edge on the one-on-one when you're getting guard help because they're not bringing inside pressures. There's a lot of those things.
And just size, man. Just size and strength on the edges, right? JT was just disappointing. JT has played phenomenal in the playoffs.
Right.
Last night was such a disappointment. Like losing contain, not setting the edge properly, and staying upfield, keeping the ball carried inside. Those were things that are just uncharacteristic of how he's played, right? RJ Oben, the personal foul. Like, he's literally given like one or two plays pretty much every game. Like he's had a disappointing regular season, but in the playoffs, he's made one or two plays a game. RJ Oben has made one or two plays a game.
That freaking personal foul. It was so dumb. There was no need for it, and you're about to get off the field.
None.
Oh, my gosh. And I felt terrible for the kid, Sean. I did, because like you could just see he's like, what was I thinking? But it's like, dude, you're a 6th-year senior, man. You can't freaking do that, Sean.
Yeah, but I think Jordan Clark balled tonight, man. Jordan Clark was playing his tail off tonight.
Yes.
He was playing. That kid, there was some scouts in the building.
I got to think he might have made himself some money tonight.
Yes,
Sean.
Sir. Yes, sir. He showed his tail tonight. And really, he's come on as the season has gone on. It gotten better.
Can't defend the triple option, though, apparently, because he didn't play in either of those triple option games. I'm joking about that, by the way. No, I've come to really appreciate that kid. Like a lot of the player podcast things I've never been like a huge fan of. I mean, he's going to be doing what his dad does when his playing career is over. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
But it never seemed to be sort of a distraction because the kid just played his tail off this year.
Yeah.
And these are two of the better nickels in the country we're battling tonight. And one of them played great against Emeka and those guys, and the other one got cooked by Jaden Greathouse. Got smoked by Jaden Greathouse.
Do you think you have to pick your poison, right? Anytime you play an offense like this, you have to pick your poison. And Al Golden didn't pick his poison. He tried to have his candy and eat it too. And you just can't have it that way. Either you commit to shut down the run and put the game on the shoulders of Will Howard and the wide receivers and be aggressive, or, you just say, we're going to stop your receivers. And if you run the ball on us all night, and that's fine, but you can't give them both.
No.
You can't. And they gave Chip Kelly whatever he wanted to do in attack.
Mm-hmm.
Al Golden allowed it.
Yeah.
That's very disappointing. I think I know Marcus probably was thinking some things.
Yeah.
On the sideline, like but Jordan Clark's definitely my game ball defense.
Yeah. But at the same time, guys, even then, the defense did step up and make some plays in the second half too. Like you did. You had some guys play there. Leonard Moore's a star. Xavier played. The game didn't end the way you want it to for him, but he played like an All-American. You saw the two best safeties in college football on the field today. You did. And there's no question about it. So, those are all things that they didn't play their game tonight. As simple as that. The defense is why they're here tonight. I mean, the defense is why they're here tonight, and that's partly why I'm frustrated that we didn't see their best effort.
Facts.
You know,
I think that's what makes it the most frustrating for me. You know, like that was the old reliable. And in the biggest moment, like I think that is still the frustrating thing for me. Is like yes, all season your defense got you here and they played great in the first 3 playoff games, but in the moment that it mattered, it didn't. And I think that's why I'm this frustrated. You know, like played great against Indiana. Cool. It was great. Glad they did it. Played great against Georgia. Had their moments against Penn State, but in the moment that it mattered, that's why I think I'm the most frustrated. Because like that's a hard thing for me to be like, they got them there, but in the moment that it mattered, they dropped the ball. Mm-hmm. And like this isn't a performance where you drop the ball tonight at 7:30. Like I said, preparation was a failure. And it's like that's what's so frustrating is the ball was dropped earlier this week. I don't know when it is. I'm not going to say that it was Monday. You know, I'm not going to say that it was before they got on the plane, but at some point it was. And that's what was really, really frustrating for me. So,
which is disappointing coming off of your shortest turnaround from Georgia to Penn State because of the unfortunate, events down in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. And then you have a longer stint to get ready for this game.
Yeah.
And that's what you unveiled? That was the game plan?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I know, Sean, you said your game ball went to Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
On defense. Brian, who's your game ball going to for defense?
Not me.
Yeah.
I'd probably go Jordan Clark. I'm with Sean on that. I thought he battled his tail off.
I'll go Josh Burnham because I think he, outside of Donnie Heinisch, was the only defensive lineman that was able to generate pressure tonight. And, it's, again, one of the guys that we're going to be talking about that's going to be a huge piece for next year's season. But I think look, I'll say this, and this will be the last thing, barring a super chat question about this, that I'll say about next year's team. Some of the people that showed the most fight tonight, like the Jaden Greathouses, the Josh Burnhams, guys like that, are the ones that will still be here in the fall, which is why I said that I feel like my feeling after this game, yes, I'm frustrated, and yes, it's annoying, but that's why I have the confidence that I can say that Notre Dame is closer after this loss than the losses in 2020, than the loss in 2018, than the loss in 2015. So that to me is why. But Josh Burnham for me is going to get my game ball. Jordan Clark absolutely balled out tonight, and I think he's kind of been a very quiet, unsung hero of this defense throughout the season. I really do. I think his open field tackling, significantly underrated, especially for like a corner that size. I think he has a little bit of like Mike Hilton in him. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to line up in like the field and lock somebody down like Mike Hilton really couldn't, but where he's really great is playing in the slot, really good at open field tackling. And Jordan Clark showed me a little bit of something in this postseason. It's been really fun to watch him. It has.
Al Golden was on that staff with Mike Hilton. He got it. So,
Trev, you said something that I missed part of what you said. You said all the guys that played hard tonight are going to be back next year. What?
No, I said some of the things that give me promise is a good amount of the players that just didn't quit, gave a lot of heart, or guys that are coming back. Like it's not like the only people that played hard tonight are seniors that are leaving.
So you're not saying seniors didn't play hard?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard you correct on that. You're saying they all played hard, and a lot of those guys that played their butts off tonight are coming out. Okay, because I was going to push back on that if that's what you were saying. Because I was like, look, man, I know we're frustrated, but
no.
That's why I wanted to let you explain. So that makes total sense.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying now. I was banning someone at the time. And I was like, did I hear him correctly? Did he just say we just all gave game balls to Jordan Clark, and you just said that? You know what I mean? No, I'm with you.
I will say to what you just said, Trevor, this team and the step for them that they took to be special was primarily because of those youngsters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
And a
man.
lot of them being first-time starters and rising to the occasion. Yes, you had Howard Cross, you had Riley Mills. They were pillars, right?
Oh,
Pillars up
yeah.
front and played well, did their thing. But that group behind them that represents the kind of like the core of the culture of Marcus Freeman, because Howard Cross and Riley Mills, they weren't recruited by Marcus Freeman and his staff. But they were still pillars of the program that kind of set the tone of this is what the brotherhood is. This is what we do here. But the actual elevation in the talent on the field that kind of pushed this team to a level of being great and not just good is that young group that you talked about. It's that young group. And to have them for another 2 years, some of them, maybe 3. This Brian and I have been talking about this. I think it's about 4 weeks ago. We were like, how the window that's opening, how big is it going to be?
Yeah.
Right.
And we were talking about that. We were like, is it going to be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? And if they had won tonight, you would have been thinking like, yo, this could be, maybe they win 2 in the next 4 years, or maybe they win 3 in the next 7. But it is definitely this younger group that you spoke about and the resiliency. I just had a text message from a parent of an Ohio State player that was like, yo, Notre Dame is resilient as hell.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, yo, they're resilient as hell. And that speaks volumes to I think even the respect. I was watching after the clock hit 0, you could just tell like the Ohio State players, they had respect for Notre Dame. Just in the way, you always shake hands, but you could just tell the conversations they were having, seeking out certain guys. I think even in the game, you saw guys that was a beautiful. They tried to catch his ex on the wheel route.
Yeah.
And with Travion Henderson, that was just a beautiful battle for two guys, 2 NFL top talented guys going after it. And after the play, they both just look at each other and talk to each other, hit each other on the butt. It's like, yo, that's what it was. I think it was a lot of respect on the field. I think they both wanted to kick each other's tail, but there was a lot of respect on the field tonight.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's the most promising for me. Like you talk about culture and the foundation that Marcus Freeman has instilled in this team. And this isn't Notre Dame specific. I watch a lot of college football, right? And you go through and you see teams that get to this stage and like you have the seniors that are battling their hearts out and they're walking off the field with like the towels over their head. And you have the youngsters, like they're not happy, but you have like the younger kids on the team that know they are coming back to play again. And this team, with the way that some of the youngsters battled, like Marcus Freeman has a big saying of like, we're going to finish this off the right way for the seniors. And like, we all battle to do this together, right? Everything that we do is for team glory. And you could tell that the younger guys that will be coming back next year, they had that in mind. Like it wasn't well, I got to ball out for myself to earn a nil paycheck or like boost my stock. Like it wasn't anything like that. It was, I'm going to ball out because I know how much work Xavier Watts and Jack Kaiser and Howard Cross and Riley Leonard and Riley Mills put us in to get to this point. And that's one thing that does leave me a lot of promise with this team, because you see it in other teams and you've seen it before where it is just like it sucks for them. They were great. They're my dude, but like, I'll be back in the fall. We're going to ball out. You know what I mean? And so that was a really good sign for me, man.
And you say something that is so, man, sometimes in life, you don't understand how blessed you are until you get further down the road. Don Shula will come into the spring knowing that it's his time to step up and understand how blessed he was to play next to X for this year. He'll realize when he's in that position now, like, yo, I was blessed to play next to him, right? The next guys on the defensive line will realize I was blessed to play with Riley Mills. I was blessed to play with Howard Cross. You know, those 3 veterans, when the old line was decimated by injury, that stepped in, or the 2 veterans, and then you have the youngsters. Those youngsters, everybody on that old line that's coming back are gonna look to Tosh Baker, Spindler, Coogan, and say, "Yo, they set the tone. We know what it is to be a Notre Dame offensive lineman, right?" So that is, I think the only group that might not have a person like that might be the wide receiver group. You know, but I think Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison from a
Oh no,
leadership
they
standpoint,
do now.
they do now. Oh,
Well, I
great.
mean, because even during the spring, I mean, we were talking about this where Jaden Greathouse was always the first guy in line during drills.
Facts.
I mean, so like I think that he's a kind of already the guy in that room, has been that guy in that room all year. I think Bo becoming the leading receiver was more about Riley than it necessarily, and then Mike Demrock leaning into what Riley's comfortable with, which is what a good coordinator does, than it necessarily was, you know, Jaden didn't step up.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen that from people where, you know, Jaden Greathouse didn't really step up this year like we thought he would after the spring. And I'm like, I mean, guys, a receiver can't throw himself the ball. Like, right? I mean, a receiver can throw. Saw Jordan. And by the way, that was a great 2-point call, by the way.
It was.
Like, great 2-point. Both.
Which one, though?
2-point call.
Say which one?
They're both. But the Jaden Greathouse one, because like, or the Jordan Faison one, because he ran that like.
It was
I mean, he sold that, and the whole defense came flying at him, and he stops and pulls it. And nice job by Bo to like catch it with his hands. Like instead of trying to cup it, like Bo went down and got it. That's how you teach it. You know, you go down to the football. It's a great job by Bo to make that play. But and when I said that whole Bo being the guy, I wasn't meant to be an insult to Bo. It just means like Bo becoming the guy was not about necessarily Jaden Greathouse not stepping up. It was just about that's where Riley was comfortable going with the football. That's what I meant by that. But every time Jaden's number was called, he answered the bell. Louisville first quarter. You know, I mean, this isn't the first time that's happened. You know, so
well, no,
you know those are all parts of it. You know,
it's a lot of just like you said, Trevor. Yeah, it's a bright future, but that bright future was blessed to really play with some really good, solid leaders. That gave them and kind of transitioned them into position to be able to now take that role going into next season.
Well, and that's why I said what I said at the start of the show is even though they didn't walk away with a ring and they didn't walk away hoisting the trophy at the end of the night, I think that for a couple years down the road, right, we're going to look back and talk about, that senior class in 2024 was that changing moment. Like it's similar to like, you know when Alabama, like before they were known as like being like wide receiver U and like they were known for like Nick Saban has gone on record and said that Julio Jones was the guy that changed the layout for them.
Everything.
You know, the second that he did that, people like, if I'm a receiver, I want to go to Alabama. And I think we're going to have a similar outlook on what the senior class was. You know, and they have some accolades to back it up, right? I mean, this team did things that for 31 years, no other Notre Dame team did. You know what I mean? Like that means something. And so I think with them getting to this point, and yes, they were close. I've heard some people in this. I've seen some people already talk about how they weren't close. It's like, yeah, I mean, yes, they were. I mean, it was at one point in time, it was a 1-possession game late in the game. You know, I mean, yes, there's an argument. Don't let it get to that point, right? Don't give up 28 points in the first 33 minutes. But with that being said, this wasn't 2012 Bama. This wasn't the BCS National Championship. This wasn't the 2020 Bama game. This wasn't 2018 Clemson, right? And so they are close. They're getting closer. The gap, to Brian's point, is not closed, but they're getting closer. And that's something that, once again, I have not been able to say in my time being a fan. So it's promising.
Like we'll have a lot more to say about this in the offseason, but like we didn't discuss this tonight. But like tonight, you showed there are still areas in this football team where the talent isn't where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. Like that's what I'm saying. Like maybe playing your game on defense wouldn't have been good enough. Maybe the outcome would have been exactly the same. It just would have looked different. maybe they'd have hit a couple big plays in the pass game instead of nickel and diming you to death, which again, I'd say is probably would have not been a bad thing, because then the offense would have had maybe some more possessions to try to get something going against Ohio State. I just feel like if you're going to go down swinging, go down being who you are.
Yeah.
And that's my issue with it. But you also then, and this is what we'll talk about in the off season, is you also have to, as a coach, look at games like this and say, we got to get better here. We got to get better there. And as great as the defense was this year, there are areas on this defense where you've got to get better. And sometimes better is just you're really young, and your young, talented players got to get, like Christian Gray doesn't need to get benched. Christian Gray needs to get better, because Christian Gray also did a lot of good things this year, but people only focus on the times he gets beat. That's how fans are. You only notice a corner on TV when he gets beat. You don't see all the times he's locking a guy down. But he's got to get better. Leonard Moore's got to get better. But there's also areas where your talent's not good enough. And maybe with some guys coming back from injury, it will be good enough. But there's some other areas where it's not, which is why they felt the need to go to the transfer portal for 2 defensive tackles. But that's more of an off-season evaluation. But at the end of the day, this is who you had. And I don't feel you put your guys in position to play to their best.
And Brian, even if you put him in a position to play off man, they ran the same play to the opposite side with Carnell Tate in the first half, and Will Howard barely missed it. He was wide open.
Right.
You should have known, like, okay, we're not going back to that, especially not in that situation.
Yep. All right, guys. We good on defense?
Yeah, we did. We all did. Did we all do Jordan Clark for game ball?
I said Josh Burnham.
Josh Burnham.
Yeah. But all right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for the defensive portion. We do have some super chats that we have to get to before we get out of here. But before we do, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast, whatever platform you listen to this on. Be sure to leave us a 5-star review, whether that's on Spotify podcasts or Apple podcasts. And of course, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, gentlemen. We have some super chats, and thank you guys for being with us now. I mean, it's getting late. It was a tough game, but we're still like a hair under 1,300 strong in here, and you guys have been awesome and been putting in super chats throughout the night. So we're going to get to those, and we're going to start reading those off. So without further ado, we have a super chat from LetMGR1.
I think it's Let Manager 1, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Let Manager 1, thank you for the super chat. Such a fun year.
Sorry, I'm trying to block some loser. I'm gonna have to come back to his because I undid it.
Okay,
and I'll come back to that.
Super chat from Laura Dern's Jurassic Park shorts. Hell of a season, hell of a future. Celebrate the season, celebrate the future.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll celebrate the future at the right time. Our next batch of shows, we'll probably do an upon further review tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, we may just want to start jumping into the next year, but we'll probably do upon further review. But we're gonna have a lot of time to talk about the future for sure. I mean, that's what the off season is for. It's what I love about the off season. And because they're playing a game on January 20th, spring ball's gonna get here a lot quicker than
I was just about to say.
You know what I mean? Like, we're already almost into January, where normally we're just like we're right in the middle of winter workouts and all that kind of stuff. And I think last year the season ended on the 30th or the 31st, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
Sure we got a junior day coming up. Probably
next
couple of weeks.
5 days.
5 days, yeah. 25th.
Yeah. Yep. Sorry, I missed this one. Let Manager 1. Sorry.
Super chat from Let Manager 1. Such a fun year. What a ride these kids took us on. Can't wait for next season. Thanks, Brian and staff, for all the coverage. Go Irish.
You're welcome, buddy. FYI, if you say something disrespectful or you attack a player and name call somebody in a super chat, we're not reading it. So you're just wasting your money.
Super chat from Notre Dame's Wine and Cheese. We sad. Here's $2.
Thanks.
Man.
Yep.
Man. Super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. I know I'm in the IB doghouse. I accept that. I did send DM apologies, But what game was Mike Denbrock calling? Love Price should have just stayed in South Bend with the play calling as always. Go IB, go Notre Dame.
Again, D-line needs to get bigger.
Yeah, okay.
They ran 6 plays after their touchdown drive before halftime. You're in a 2nd and 25. Like, I know it's easy when stuff's not working. You're like, what kind of bullcrap play calling is this? But it's like, like people that criticize let me Coach Freeman for the field goal attempt. I'm like, look, you may not agree with the call, and I don't know if I do. I haven't really taken the time to think about it, but you need to at least be able to understand, well, why would he do something like that? Like when Brian Kelly went for 2 against Northwestern, there's literally, like, I can't think of anything that makes sense. I mean, coaches make decisions like that where you're like, I don't understand. I can't. But in that situation, you can at least talk about why he did that. And that's all that I ask from people is, like, you just got to be willing to say, like, look, I don't love what they did with the running backs, but you can understand why, because they had 6 plays in the 2nd and 3rd quarter. They only had 1 possession in the 1st quarter. They only ran 7 plays if you want to count the hold that was executed that got called back. So, I get all that. And then by the time you get the ball in the second half, you're down 28-7. I said 31-7 earlier. It's 28-7. So I don't know, because then if you're, like Sean said, if you're running inside zone and stuff, then it's like, or Trev said this, now it's like, okay, are you guys giving up? Well, right. It looks like that, but in reality, you're like, but this is what we do, and we're trying to pop Jeremiah for a big play. You're in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. The reality is they were calling stuff in the first half that would have worked if they would have thrown the ball effectively or blocked effectively or not had bad penalties. It's simple as that. And could they have done things differently? Absolutely. But I just think when things don't go well, sometimes we just emotionally react and just start throwing grenades at different people and hoping that somebody gets hit by it.
Yeah, I will go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Sean. We're talking, man. I interrupt y'all all the time. No, all good.
I think if you on that drive that eventually led to the missed field goal, I think you can have a bigger issue with the play calls once they got to go situation.
Yeah.
Like that's when you try to maybe use a little bit of run and mix it in instead of going 3 straight passes. And then give you an opportunity to go forward on 4th and
even
goal
something out of the backfield to Love.
Absolutely.
Or Aeneas.
Or Aeneas.
Because that like with Greathouse doing what he's going to do and Mitchell do, like they may lose 20 on a delay angle route or a wheel route or something like that, or no, I'm with you on that. Like, again, I'm not sitting there saying play calling is perfect
because they win.
Like, I don't know what you expect them to do when they're down, when they get 6 plays in the final quarter and a half.
They tried to hit Mitchell. They tried to hit Mitchell Evans.
I didn't love that. I didn't
like that play. Yeah, I didn't like that.
I didn't like the play call, and I hated the alignment. Mitchell needs to be. I hate fades, goal line fades from wide alignments. I've never understood it. You're getting one-on-one coverage. Reduce your split by 5 feet and give yourself room to throw that ball. I've never understood wide fades, like wide alignment fades in the red zone. Never understood it. Because like in a out in the field situation, you can get by that guy and stack them and get back on top. You're not stacking anybody from the 9. You got to give yourself room to work. I did not understand that. But that's what they're coached to do, I would assume. But I didn't love that play call. And if you're going to take that matchup, I think then give Mitchell that matchup to the field maybe, or reduce him, or maybe get him moving, start him off one side and have like maybe an overlook and have him go kind of across and, come there, or maybe have Bo be there and have Bo reduced and then send him outsider. I just felt there's different ways to get into that. So again, I'm not sitting there acting like Mike Denbrock called the perfect game. I just think sometimes when things aren't working, it's very easy, like, oh, play calling sucked. Well, no, execution sucked, and if you execute better, there's a lot of stuff that'll work tonight.
Yeah.
That's my issue. But yeah, I did not like the sequence of events in the red zone. And that's why I like that he was more aggressive when they were outside the red zone taking some shots, because he knew that this is a really good red zone defense. We don't want to be in the red zone here. Let's score from out. And I liked some of that aggressiveness in that game, and from that standpoint, Sean, for sure. And Charlie, I love you, man. But my issue with you tonight was not that you were criticizing Mike Denbrock, but we can't start attacking each other and telling each other to shut the F up and being childish like that, man. I don't care how emotional we are. There's no place for that at Irish Breakdown. That's my beef, man. But I love you, man. And it was a frustrating night for all of us. I get it.
Super chat from Braden McHale. This was brutal, but as an 18-year-old, I can confidently say this was the best season of my life. Thank you for all that you do. Super chat from Hunter Hall. Can't wait for next year. So proud of this team. The next step is getting a championship caliber offense. Go Irish. C.W. Pira. Thanks, IB crew, for all your research and insight. It made the season more meaningful and enjoyable. Thank you. Super chat from Joe Papiti. Gutted. Hopeful for the future, disappointed, concerned, defensive line recruiting and NIL game, but also totally proud of a team that was counted out all year and kept leaving it on the field. In the end, all there is to say is love thee, Notre Dame.
I don't understand why there's still people complaining about Notre Dame and NIL. I just do not understand that. I feel like maybe you're still living in the world of what you thought NIL was going to be for Notre Dame and not actually living in the world of what NIL has been for Notre Dame. D-line recruiting's got to get better. There's no question about that. We've talked about that. And I'm not going to say like, well, hey, they got Chris Burgess. No, you need to be getting like 2 or 3 Chris Burgesses a year. That's right. Where you need to be. And that's why I still have some frustrations about why you didn't go get Marco Jones and stuff like that. But like, Sean, you've talked to some cats in Chicago that are like, yo, this Tom Hewlett kid's going to be really good. We'll see. We'll see. But no, D-line recruiting has got to get better. There's no question about it. But my guy, NIL is not an issue for Notre Dame. Like they're handling it. And look, if a kid is only going to come to Notre Dame because they pay him the most, that's not a kid you want. That's not a kid that's bought in. I've made this point before, Sean. I've been told on good authority, and I could be wrong. So I'm just telling you, it's someone who heard from someone else. Ohio State was not the top bidder for Caleb Downs. They offered him a good deal. But it was not the top bidder, but he saw all the other opportunities to compete for a championship and go to the NFL at Ohio State. That's why he was bought into what they were trying to do. It wasn't just a money grab for him. It was a holistic opportunity. Yes, if Buckeyes were like, here's $25 and a Roost Chris gift card, come play for us, he's not turning down a mill from someone else. You know what I'm saying? But they did enough to where the whole package he was bought into, right? Those are the kind of kids you want at Ohio State. Those are the kind of kids you want at Notre Dame, like a Riley Leonard. Yeah, Riley got paid to come here, but he wanted to be at Notre Dame, so they didn't have to offer him top dollar. I promise you, if he was interested in going back home, Auburn would have offered him a lot more money than what Notre Dame offered him, if that's what it was about from Riley. And so you got to find those kids that, yeah, they want to get paid, and there's nothing wrong with getting paid in today's era. It's the rules. You should. But guys like Jeremiah Love that are getting bigger offers other places, but it's the holistic thing. Yes, I want to get paid, but that's not my driving force. Those are the kids you have to find. But it doesn't mean that Notre Dame can't offer top dollar. It just means that if a kid's only going to play for you because top dollar, then that's not a kid you're going to win a championship with. Go ask Ole Miss. Go ask USC. Go ask a lot of those teams that are building their rosters with nothing but portal kids. USC went out, or Louisville went out, bought a great receiving core. They're sitting at home with a loss to Notre Dame and getting outplayed by a bunch of kids that Notre Dame recruited out of high school. So, yeah, I mean, look, D-line's got to get better, but my man, the future's bright. Be gutted. I'm with you. Be disappointed. I'm with you. I'm sick to my stomach about how tonight went, but the future is very bright. The future is very bright, and I appreciate the fact that you also threw in. I mean, this is what I like, though, from Joe. There's some things I'm frustrated by, some things I'm concerned by, but also some things I'm proud of, and that's how we should all feel. There's things we don't like, things that didn't go well, but there's also some things you're like, man, I'm proud as heck of this football team. And they represented the university very, very well.
Yeah, I think the NIL, and to go back to what Trevor said, as far as recruiting, D-line has to improve, particularly on the interior. And you need to get some guys that can rush the passer from the edge. The NIL game and the transfer game, Notre Dame has very, very much been streamlined, and they've done very well with transfers. and the NIL and the guys that they decided to give that to. So,
Well,
you know, I don't. They're never going to be the Los Angeles Dodgers of the NIL. They just
man.
they got three
Hey.
guys with $400 million contracts on their roster.
Man.
They're not going to do that. I mean,
I was
I
about
would
to
love
say.
to be a fan of a team that does that, but that's not who Notre Dame is. And I think college football, there were a lot of people in college football rooting for Ohio State tonight because they were like, we do not want Notre Dame to win, number one, as an independent. Number two, kind of being the outlier of NIL and the transfer. Like, that's the last thing we need, because then schools will be like, oh, so we don't have to go out and just spend a boatload of money. We can actually do it smartly and wise and be good stewards with this money and have a chance to win, because we can recruit guys or certain players that Notre Dame can't recruit. So it just what they accomplished says a lot and speaks volumes, in my opinion. But you can have your, I mean, you can be concerned. But I think Notre Dame has answered in the portal this year. They've answered wide receiver.
Oh yeah.
They've answered defensive
And that's
tackle.
no disrespect to Bo Collins and Chris Mitchell, but Malachi Fields is a different type of cat.
It's a different type of cat.
Yeah. Devontae Smith was a great pickup in nickel.
Yeah.
Jalen Stroman was a really
good pickup at safety.
The two D tackles are talented players. The portal's been Zach Martin said this. He's like, NIL in the portal has been amazing for Notre Dame, and there's no question. If it's not for NIL in the portal, Notre Dame's not playing for a championship here, because they're still struggling to get over the holes that Brian Kelly left on this roster.
Yep. The one thing that I will say about this game too, Joe, is I understand that Ohio State had a lot of big name guys coming from the portal. They had a senior class this year that elected to come back that was monumental to their success. Yes, they got Downs from the portal. Yes, Will Howard came from the portal. Quinshon Judkins came from the portal. But you got to think of all the guys that were homegrown kids for them.
Their other two biggest portal guys haven't played.
McLaughlin got hurt, right?
And Josh Simmons got hurt against Oregon.
But, you know, you go through and you think of all the guys that elected to come back that were homegrown kids, you know, Tui Maloau, Jack Sawyer, Tyleek Williams, Denzel Burke, Lathan Ransom, Jordan Hancock. Like, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So, look, like I'm with Brian. I'm with Sean. Like, the concern is like of the old Notre Dame narrative of not being able to compete with nil. These are different times. But Notre Dame didn't get beat by a bunch of nil kids tonight. I mean,
their biggest liability tonight, or this whole season in the secondary, was a portal kid from Ohio State.
Yeah.
And Igbenogson. He was a portal kid last year, but he's still a portal kid.
Yeah.
Their best players outside of Downs and Howard were homegrown. Jeremiah Smith, Emeka, Carnell Tate, Brandon Ennis, Denzel Burke, Cody Simon, Shane Stiles, Jack Sawyer, JTT, Tyleek Williams, Ty Hamilton. I mean, homegrown guys.
Yep.
And that's still where it goes. That's still where it's got to be. And then you fill those holes with, I mean, I said this before the game. These two teams approach the portal similarly. Yes, Ohio State made some more bigger name splashes. That's fine. But the approach is the same. Recruit and develop high school kids, fill your holes with the portal.
Yeah.
It's similar approach. Different types of players, but similar approach. I also want to say this too, CW Pure. I didn't get a chance to respond to this earlier, but one of the things I love about this community is there's so many great people that step up and do things off the course. And he is a doctor in the Virginia Beach area. And when my mom had surgeries, he would actually go into her hospital, check on her, make sure she was getting great care, and just a first-class human being. And there's a lot of them in our chat. And I greatly appreciate that. And I greatly appreciate y'all.
Super chat from John A1. Go Irish. Defensive line needed their dudes tonight. Ohio State won running the ball and being balanced. Coach Freeman wants a line-driven team. D-line lost its battle shorthanded. Offensive line lost its battle like a JR line, junior line. I honestly don't have an issue over. I'm a big evaluator of the offensive line in the All-22 because it's hard for me to watch everybody live unless there's like a glaring issue. Like I'm not here to say that the offensive line played perfect. It's also hard for me to diagnose how they played in the run game outside of Riley Leonard's runs when Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love combined for 7 carries. So D-line, work to be done there. I think it was very evident that they were shorthanded. But I mean, offensive line, I thought going up against JTT and Jack Sawyer and Ty Hamilton and Tyleik Williams, I honestly thought they held their own in pass protection. Honestly, like, look, when you're playing at this magnitude of a game, they're going to get theirs too, because Ohio State is also a really good football team. You know, like the expectation can't be what Notre Dame's offensive line did to like Virginia. Excuse me, what they did to Stanford. Like it's you can't look at that and say, well, if this is what this line's capable of, they should do it to Ohio State. Like it's apples to oranges. And so I thought the offensive line played pretty well. First look, I mean, I could go watch the all-22. It could be a little different. I don't know, but initial eye test, I thought the offensive line played okay. Super chat from Michael Hostetler. Thank you, Michael. Saying over. Notre Dame will be back.
I agree.
Word.
I've said before, I think Notre Dame wins a title in the next 3 years. I said that before the season, and this season did nothing but increase my view of that, because I didn't think this team was the one that was going to make this run.
Yeah.
I said before the season, my expectation was get in and win one, and then depending on who you get in round 2, win 2. Like semis was where I was like, okay, you get there, and I'm happy with the step you took this year.
Yeah.
And if you'd have told me before the season they would have made this run with all the injuries that they had, I'm like, no, man, no way.
Super chat from Mackenzie Kelly. Thank you, Mackenzie. I understand the field goal decision, but doinked it on that short of a kick. No worse time for that. Excited for all the young talent to grow even more the next 2 years. Here's to hoping we'll return soon. Go Irish.
Thanks, Mackenzie. I felt terrible for Mitchell Jeter. Because I mean he yanked it. I mean he did, but he's been so freaking good in the postseason. And I just hate that his last kick at Notre Dame was a miss because of how just excellent he's been in the postseason. I was very disappointed for him.
Yeah. Super chat from D Macac 2.
Macaque.
D Macaque 2. Love the fight this team showed to claw back despite the outcome. Thank you, IB family, for one heck of a season. Let's go win it all next year. Onward. P.S. Subscribe to the boards. You won't regret it.
My man. I've actually met him at one of our tailgates last year. So really nice guy from Louisiana, by the way.
Nice.
And he actually has a real Southern accent, which is pretty cool.
I was about to say that was good. That was good.
He couldn't help himself.
And he put the word family in his super chat. That's good work. Super chat from John Burke. Thank you, John. Thank you, boys, for the great analysis all through the year. Much more fun after a win, but still proud of this team. Great ride this season. Looking forward to next year.
Yeah, we're not going away. I mean, we don't stop shows in the off season. This is not like, hey, see it spring ball. You know, we go all year,
right. Guys. Super chat from Zach Martin. Thank you to Zach. Old Notre Dame teams would have died after the first half. Too many injuries to hold off the early run. Chip caught Allen some tendencies at the worst times. In short, love the fight, just not quite there yet.
Nailed it, Zach.
Perfect.
I thought they could be. And that's why I'm disappointed with tonight, because we didn't see their best effort. If they'd have played their best effort and just wasn't good enough, I'd have been like, you know what?
Yeah.
And that's partly why I'm frustrated, because we didn't get their best shot. We got their best effort. Like, I don't think there's not anybody on this team, and maybe when I rewatch the game, I'll see some guys that weren't playing hard. But watching it live, there was nobody. I was like, dude, that guy's not playing hard. Like, Drake Bowen had some big mistakes in this game.
Yeah.
But they were all effort mistakes, and you can clean that other stuff up. You can fix some of those. He's a sophomore in his first year as a starter.
Right.
You know, Jaden Osbury with some late season mistakes. You can fix that stuff with Jaden. He's going to get stronger. He's going to get better. This experience is going to benefit him. There was never a mistake. Like, I didn't think Jaden Osbury got stiff-armed tonight because he was dogging it or wasn't trying hard.
No.
And I can live with that. You know, I just feel like they weren't always put in position to play their best. And then there's also other times when they didn't put themselves in position with some bad run fits and some angles and things like that. And that's the disappointing thing for me.
I said it at the start of the season that I was worried that due to the injuries, we were going to end this season on a conversation of what if, and the injuries are what they were, but calling a spade, the injuries were a factor in tonight's game.
Sure.
But the injuries that they had tonight, they had against Penn State and they had
Right.
against Georgia. My what if now is what if they played the game that they used to play on defense.
Right.
Like that's what kills me.
Because if you're going to say, well, man, what if they had Boubacar Traore and Riley Mills, then Ohio State's going to be like, well, what if we had Seth McLaughlin and Josh Simmons?
Totally.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Well, I can't push back on that. I mean, maybe their O-line still holds up well against an
Right.
empty line if Notre Dame gets their guys back, but then they also get Josh Simmons and Seth McLaughlin back.
Yeah.
This is football. It's a 16-game season. You're going to have guys go down.
100%.
They had 2 O-linemen down. Notre Dame had 5 defensive linemen down, 4 defensive linemen down.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
I mean, there is always that what if you had Benjamin Morrison, but what we saw tonight is your coordinator and like just the defensive staff as a whole just didn't put their guys in a position to succeed. So Ben Morrison would then also file under that category. You know what I mean? So that's what's tough. That's what's tough.
Big one from Miles
Yes.
Whitaker. Appreciate you, Miles. Very, 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 very much.
Yes. Thank you for the super chat, Miles. That's awesome, man. For a team with 5 to 7 starters out for at least half the regular season, Notre Dame exceeded all of my expectations this year. This team is different than any I've seen in my 20 years as a fan, and I've enjoyed the season more than I can say. Head coach Marcus Freeman has turned this program around.
Absolutely, man. I mean, that's why I'm mad about tonight, because I have that. But you said it earlier, Trev. I feel differently about. I don't know if they get back here. I guess that's partly where I'm I'm bummed about tonight, but it's like, man, we're going to be back. Will they be back on this stage? I don't know, but this team is not going anywhere. And a lot of it is because of the top. It's that leadership at the top. He's going to recruit well. He's going to develop well. The culture is going to be different next year, but it's going to be the same. You know what I mean? It's a different team. But it's exciting. Hey, guys, I got to run up real quick and check on Rita. Can you guys just, for 5, handle this? And
Yep.
And just go through these next bit of super chats.
Yep. We got you, man. All righty. Let me see where we left off here. Sorry, guys. All righty. We got one here. I'm going to start at the top and then just kind of start going down.
Let's get it.
All righty. Super chat from Crypto Jeeper. Great season. Great second half. Thank you, Irish Breakdown, for making the season even more fun and interesting. Marcus Freeman will learn from this and we'll be back stronger. Yeah, I agree. Look, here's part of the thing is part of closing the gap is also new coaching and learning experiences, right? And Notre Dame's coaching staff all throughout the postseason has gone essentially into uncharted territory. You know what I mean? It was never this. For all of the respect that I have for Marcus Freeman, there were moments in the season where it's like, okay, he just hasn't been here before. And up until tonight, he outcoached Kirby Smart, right? In the second half of that Penn State game, Al Golden and Mike Denbrock and Marcus Freeman outcoached James Franklin and Andy Kotelnicki, right? And so this was the next in new experiences for him. Sean, I don't know if you feel the same way.
No, I feel the exact same way. Yeah, I got you right here. Next one.
Thank you, sir. Super chat from Tyler. Call me Ty. Sorry, Ty. Long break. Pay Morrison whatever he wants to come back for one more year.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know if there's a nil deal that Notre Dame could pay Ben Morrison that's going to match what an NFL first-round rookie contract is going to match him.
There's no need for him to come back.
Here's my thing with Ben Morrison. Would I love it from a Notre Dame standpoint? I mean, yeah. In the same light that I would have loved Joe Alt to come back. But what more could he have given this program? That's how I look at Ben Morrison. It'd be awesome, right? I would love it. What is Ben Morrison going to come back and give? You know what I mean? Yes, he would be a fantastic player and the secondary would be better for it. But I think part of Ben Morrison's decision to leave is he's leaving the secondary in good hands. Leonard Moore, the guy that stepped into the boundary, played a heck of a season, man. heck of a season. And now it was questions of what's the secondary going to look like now that Cam Hart's gone. It's like, well, Ben Morrison comes back. You need somebody else to step up. Christian Gray, before he got hurt this season, was lights out. He was put in bad positions tonight. He was. But with 15 lining up as a true freshman, knowing that he has to come back to Notre Dame for at least 2 more years, it's real promising, man.
Yeah.
Real promising. Super chat from Aiden Benami. Love this team so much. ND Nation showed out at the game. I can't imagine having to hear OHIO every 2 minutes. That's all they can spell. Go Irish forever. Super chat from Stephen B. Thank you, Stephen. Defensive line needs mass, weight, heft, pounds under Mick. Yeah.
They picked some of that up in the portal already.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. And they got some bigger guys coming back, too. Like Gabe Rubio has already announced that he's coming back. I mean, he's a 6'5", 317-pounder. It's just this was a game that you missed Riley Mills' pass rushing ability with his size.
Yeah.
Love Gabe Rubio, but he's very much a run stopper, and so then you just start getting into the conversation of what players' strengths are, right?
Yeah, and Marcus Freeman, let him tell it. He's had the best defensive line scout team in the country. So he said that multiple times. So obviously he loves the talent of those younger guys and what they've been doing in practice. So we'll see.
Super chat from Scotty G. Thank you, Scotty. Thankful for a season I'll never forget. This team gave us everything, just wasn't our night. Brian and IB staff, love y'all in this community. Thank you for a great season and all your hard work. Can't say how much I appreciate you guys. See you in Miami. Super chat from Brock. Thank you, Brock. Thanks for everything, Irish Breakdown. You guys are the best. One of these years, we will finish it, just not quite good enough, and we were out-coached tonight.
Said, well, I agree.
Super chat from Irish42. Hell of a fight to the end. Take away the 2 turnovers, and we played a good game minus a few plays here and there. But the fight in these kids is amazing. Go Irish. I agree. I mean, there was that, like I said, man, that is the one thing that I saw out of this team that I did not see in 2020, 2018. And not to knock those teams out. They didn't quit. But other Notre Dame teams go down 21-7, 28-7. Then the final score does not end up 34-23. I can guarantee you that.
Yep, I agree.
Super chat from Mike Farino. Great game. Good luck next year. And Greathouse is going to be a monster in the future. I mean, hey, man, he's kind of a monster right now. I mean, he is that dude.
We get this next one. All right.
Yep. Super chat from Casa Hodge. Thank you for the super chat. Electing not to play press man instead of playing off man on Smith, giving him a free run on a 0 blitz wasn't the right play call. Also playing soft man zone coverage and not playing our normal press man. I mean, Sean, you talked about this when we were breaking down the defense, man, and that's true.
Just wasn't smart. Wasn't smart. Either you're all in or you're trying to find a way to shut down the run game. It's one or the other.
Do you know what stuff that I just remembered? And I'm sorry to bring up more PTSD for Notre Dame fans, but the play call that kind of sealed the game for Notre Dame in 22 was when they brought both safeties.
Oh, from like 15 yards away?
Mm-hmm. And in this one, on 3rd and 11, you leave Christian Gray out on an island against the best wide receiver in college football with no safety help because you brought both safeties down. That's tough.
That's Al Golden once again.
That's tough. Super chat from Brandon K. Thank you, Brandon. 13-0 are 2 of my all-time favorite. 13-0 are 2 of my all-time favorite Notre Dame players. Great young men who, in 2 different ways, represented the university with class and character. Thank you, IB, for a great season. Appreciate you. Look, man, like Riley Leonard has done some things. I said this to Lauren when we were watching the game. The ending was tough, right? But Riley Leonard did things that for 31 years no other Notre Dame quarterback did. And that was bring not 1, but 2 New Year's 6 bowl wins to South Bend. And Riley Leonard is going to – you guys have known me. I've been high on Riley Leonard this entire season. And he has been a headache at times. Like not him as a person, but the playing style has kept you on your toes. You know what I mean? It's been exhausting at times. But there is no doubt that he loved the university and he loved the reason why he came here. And I will always respect that. Super chat from Matthew Bockhart. Thank you, Matthew. Great season, men, but much to improve on. Hope the consistency is there to be in the national championship every year as Notre Dame continues for national championship number 23. I think that was supposed to be 13. All the love from India. Oh, that's awesome. Go Irish.
Nice.
That's really, really cool.
Appreciate you, Matthew, for staying up.
Mm-hmm. Super chat from Indiana Jones. Nice. It's amazing what you can do when you throw it to your best wide receiver. If Greathouse isn't wide receiver 1 next year, there is a huge problem. Play the kids you recruited. Yeah, Notre Dame, again, we're going to talk about next season a lot over the next coming weeks, over the next coming months, right? Especially with, I didn't really think about how close spring is to being around the corner. But Notre Dame could have a spoiler riches at receiver, and I know it doesn't seem like it now, but you could have a real nice 1-2 punch with Malachi Fields and Jaden Greathouse next season.
Yes, sir. I totally agree.
Super chat from Laura Dern's Jurassic Park Shorts. Glad we have you guys. Thanks for everything. Go Irish. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Super chat from Jacob Steely. I love this Notre Dame team, and I'm proud that they fought so hard. In the past, this game is over when it was 31-7. Freeman and this team still played to win. We were in it to win it. Much love, IB Nation.
Agree, Jacob. They were in it, and they didn't give up.
Sure didn't.
I think that speaks to the change in the culture. That speaks to the change in the culture. That speaks to the change in the belief. I think until that last drive, this team believed they had a shot. The offense was waiting to get back on the field, believing, hey, we can go down and score, convert this 2-point conversion, and get into overtime. And it wasn't until that conversion where Jeremiah Smith caught the long pass where you kind of felt all of the air come out of the balloon. But that team, you couldn't tell those kids on the sideline that they weren't going to win.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, the way that the team carried themselves throughout that game, they didn't let the deficit overwhelm them.
No.
They knew it. It was just, hey, win this moment, win the interval. Let's get back and do what we need to do. And they get – for as crazy as that first half went and as poor as that first half could have gone outside of that first offensive possession for Notre Dame, they still had an opportunity to win it at the end of the game. Like, put themselves back into contention. And so that's fight, man. That's grit.
Yep.
Let me handle this one. This is from Rose Quartz Lemonade, an Ohio State fan. Look, I appreciate you being on here, man, and you've been a great contributor. But my guy sat there while Malik was yapping. Should have told him to chill when Coach let him know. Good game, ND. After that first drive, I was tight, but we ain't Penn State. Tell Zaire. Whatever got the last laugh. Will Howard got the last laugh. Quit yapping. First of all, if you want to say something to Malik Zaire, then say something to Malik Zaire. Don't come into a show that Malik is not a part of. And Malik's my guy. This isn't Malik's show. And Sean is on the Irish Breakdown show right now. And if you want to have that conversation with him, you can go throw him a super chat there. But at the end of the day, Malik's a grown freaking man that played quarterback at Notre Dame. He can say whatever the heck he wants. And I'm not going to tell him what he can or can't say. And Sean is not going to tell Lucky Lefty on the Lucky Lefty podcast what he can or cannot say. But this is the Irish Breakdown podcast. And so we're going to focus on Irish Breakdown. And the reality is that, yeah, after that first drive, I bet you were tight. And Notre Dame fans were feeling pretty good. And then Ohio State went right down the field, and you're like, it's a ball game. Like, you knew Ohio State was going to respond. And I'm just disappointed that Notre Dame then couldn't respond in turn. But, yeah, that first drive was like, now that's the drive that summarizes what we thought this game was going to look like for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
And it just didn't materialize that way.
Well, I can speak to this. I'm sure he's going to continue to yap and still believe the things that he said about Will Howard ring true, regardless of the results tonight. He's not backing off of that. And secondly, this is what shocked me. I don't know if Rose is a Notre Dame fan, Ohio State fan.
Ohio State fan, but it's been I don't know if it's a male or a female. No clue what all that means.
I guess
he's been a really good member of the board. Like that's why I brought this up, is cool. Because his interactions outside of this have been awesome. The last week.
So I guess I'm my guy. When he says my guy sat there while Malik was yapping,
you'd be my guy.
I'm my guy,
right?
Yeah, because I have my own opinion,
right?
But my opinion of Will Howard ain't too far from Malik's,
right?
Because I can get about 5 or 6 quarterbacks to go do with that talent up at Ohio State what Will Howard did. So I don't think it's anything special. I tip my cap to what he did tonight. He played his tail off. After that. I mean, Malik's whole point was they didn't even trust him against Michigan. Like, Ohio State fans didn't even want him after Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to say anything about him. You all were saying anything
Malik
about
didn't
him.
say anything worse about Will Howard that Ohio State
hasn't
fans
been said by Ohio
like a month ago.
Thank you.
Right.
So, no, he's not going to shut up. He's going to continue to talk.
Right.
It is what it is.
And he won't run and hide if he's wrong about something.
No, you tip your cap.
But again,
and I would appreciate being referred to as Sean. I'm not my guy.
Yeah.
My name is Sean. So I'm here, and you'll see me tomorrow. You can come on the show. I'll be there tomorrow. And Will Howard talk is not going to change just because you got the W.
And Rose Quartz followed up with Riley Leonard should be goated in Notre Dame lore. That's how you build legacy. All love, my brother. I'm a 937 guy. Zaire's a hometown legend, and I told him. So I appreciate that, man. I think he was just trying to bust some chops. But like I said, I'm not gonna respond. I'm not gonna speak for Malik Zaire on my show because Malik has his own show that you can ask him about that question. It's literally called you're asking my guy to tell Lucky Lefty what he can and can't say on the Lucky Lefty podcast. It's like that scene from King. I'm a grown ass man, dog. Like, they're gonna tell me what I can say on my show.
And then what he's supposed to say? He's a former Notre Dame player. Like,
right?
Is he not supposed to support Notre Dame? Hey.
And then last one from my guy Rose, or my gal Rose. I think it's my guy. Great game, Indy. You should be proud of your team. Don't beat those boys up. Y'all will be back next year, and we will see you then. No, I don't think we beat them up. I think I was more frustrated with some of the coaching stuff. But guys, the difference between this team and the other team is I felt like there was other games where just Notre Dame went into games just hoping to keep it close. And I felt like this team was playing to win. Even when they were down 31-7, they were not quitting. Odds were long, but they battled. They weren't playing to make it competitive. They were playing to win. And when there were still seconds on the clock, they were going to play to win. And I have a lot of respect for this football team because of that. I really do. And that's one of the differences in the errors. And that's why this game didn't become, like people say, this game was close to 2012. Now, it was trending that way for a while. But the reason it didn't end that way is because this isn't that era. This isn't that coach. And that's what made it different. And, I mean, in defense of that team, this isn't 2012 Bama either. The team they were facing tonight.
Super chat from Micah Hyper. Thank you, Micah. Let Al Golden walk and promote Mike Mickens.
I mean, if there's a way I can convince Mike Mickens or Al Golden to stay, I'm going to try to convince him to stay. I mean, he didn't do a very good job tonight, but the guy's been phenomenal the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Right. Like, let's not get too much in our feelings about all this. Right. I mean, if Al Golden was like, hey, Coach Freeman, like, I got this offer from the Bengals and they offered me an extra $1.5 million to NFL. But I'd love to stay. Is there anything you can do for me? I'm going to try and make it happen. And the guy's done a phenomenal job. He had a bad night tonight. Look, Sean, I feel I was a pretty good coach. I got a national championship ring. I got multiple conference championship rings. I got some school records we set when I was coaching. I had bad days. You know what I mean? I had bad days. But if he does leave on his own accord after I've tried to keep him and he leaves and I'm Marcus Freeman, I mean, I think that's the route I'd go. It's Mike Mickens being promoted to D coordinator. I feel like if he's not ready now, when's that going to be?
Mhm.
But I just feel like with the way this defense has been, you've got to try to keep as many of these guys on staff as possible. And if Marcus Freeman thinks that Mike Mickens is ready or close to being ready, even if he thinks, man, I wish I'd had one more year without, well, then you, defensive coordinator, former defensive coordinator, then maybe you spend a little bit more time next year getting him ready. It's kind of like how you had to go through as a head coach. You know, maybe you weren't quite ready just yet. I know Jack Swarbrick probably would have wanted one more year of grooming you here at Notre Dame. But you got to try to keep this defensive staff together as much as possible. And Mike Mickens is a huge part of that.
Yeah.
And I know that's a career aspiration of his. So that would be my hope, that the direction. I mean, look, to a degree, I'm going to trust Marcus Freeman with whatever decision he makes. I think he's earned that trust.
Yeah.
My hope is that his desire is to, at least make Mike Mickens co-DC with somebody where he's kind of still running the D primarily. But whatever you got to do to keep Mike Mickens here, you do. And hopefully he's ready. Marcus Freeman believes he's ready for that responsibility. I hope so. You guys agree with that? Disagree with that? What are your thoughts on that?
I look, I think this has been, we knew this day would come, right? If Al Golden kept doing what he was doing, that the NFL would call. We knew that he had a desire, and it would be whether or not, he loves Notre Dame, and it's either he gets the right call or he's going to be at Notre Dame. So we'll see. As soon as Lou Amarillo got let go, I knew, okay, this could be the one that could end up being a problem.
And I'll hold off on talking about it too much, but I was told by somebody today that he's not looking to get back to the NFL. It's the uniqueness of this opportunity, if he even takes it at all. You know what I mean? Like that's, but we'll see.
Yeah, and at some point we had a submission in here about Benjamin Morrison that we talked about, Brian, when you were away for a second, and it's I love Al Golden, and I'm not going to go from he's the best defensive coordinator in college football to one bad game to like, hey, let's run him out of town. Like that's not. He had a bad day. He had bad preparation, but I don't think that's like one day is not enough to speak to how you have been for the better part of 2 seasons. Right. But also, I think at some point, too, you kind of have to look and you have to say, what more can Al Golden do for Notre Dame's defense? You know what I mean? Like, I am a firm believer, like, at some point, like, everybody kind of reaches a cap wherever, and we talked about the same with Benjamin Morrison. Like, what more does he have to give to this program? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What more does he have to give? I don't know that there's a lot more he has to give other than winning a championship.
Sure.
But if I'm Al Golden, I'm also having some thinking. I would love to see a veteran version of this linebacking core and this defensive back core and some of the guys that they're bringing in. You know what I mean? I think that's something that could maybe be attractive to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, there's timing is never perfect in coaching. I mean, I should say rarely is perfect in coaching. And when that opportunity that you covet comes available, you got to go for it. I mean, that's just the reality of it. But, tonight wasn't his night. Simple as that. Somebody in the chat, this kills me. Golden adjusted in the second half. Why all the hate? Like, when did criticism become hate? Like, I get so tired of that. Like, do you know what that word means? Well, I don't mean, that's what it means. Like, he didn't do good. He didn't adjust in the second half. I mean, literally the second play of the second half, they went 70 yards. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't adjust. Ohio State stopped going at him until they needed to go back at him, and then they dropped the bomb to Jeremiah Smith. Like, I'm not banging on Al Golden for any other reason. He had a bad night, but we've also literally said at least 5 times they're not here if it's not for Al Golden. I mean, they're not 14-1 and playing for this title if it's not for Al Golden. Guys, every coach has a bad night. Every coach. Dan Campbell has done a phenomenal job with the Detroit Lions. Didn't yesterday, the day before. It happens. I mean, Lamar Jackson's had a pretty good year, right? People say, I mean, made some mistakes this weekend. It happens. John Elway is one of the greatest quarterbacks ever to play the game ever. Did you watch him against the 49ers in the Super Bowl? He was terrible. Every great coach, every great player has bad days. And today was a bad night for Al Golden. That's not hate. That's an observation. But it doesn't take away the greatness of what he's done. And that's sort of my issue with some of the takes is like, well, let him walk. Oh, okay. Like, we're just, because we're in our feelings about this game, we're just going to like act like what he did the last 2 years wasn't what he did the last 2 years. You know, like, guy did a heck of a job, Notre Dame. Heck of a job. But he did not do a great job tonight. That's okay. There's going to be games where I'm going to criticize Marcus Freeman for the way he had his team prepared. I think he's a phenomenal coach. I think he's going to win championships at Notre Dame. But if he has a bad day, am I supposed to just not say that because we like him? Because he's done a great job in the past, and I think he's going to do a great job in the future? Does that mean that we have hate for him or we're hating on him or however he's – no, that's silly. We're grown-ups. He didn't do a good job tonight. Do you think Al Gold's sitting in the locker room like, boy, I had a great game plan tonight. I called a great game. It just wasn't. I hope if you know Al Golden at all, he's not sitting in the locker room saying that.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, I'll be willing to bet you that his criticism of the job he did tonight is probably harsher than ours, because that's why he's here. That's why he's had the success that he's had. That's why he's got these people knocking on his door to come coach at the next level. That's why he's been a head coach at a place like Miami, because he is that kind of competitor. And it just tonight wasn't his night. You know? That's what it is. All right, let's get to the next one.
Super chat from Chris Sabo. Thank you, Chris. Defensive line recruiting isn't good enough. The interior defensive line next year is a huger weakness. Even with Dawson, Washington needs to step up.
I think that's an overreaction. I think D tackle is going to be a question mark next year, but a huge weakness, I strongly disagree with that. Jared Dawson was a huge pickup. Elijah Hughes, I got to learn a lot more about, but there's also young guys that are now coming into their own, and one of them might have a shot to step up. You're going to have obviously the two freshmen, Cole Mullins and Sean Sevillano. You've got Devin Houston, you've got Brendan Vernon, you've got Omar Mukum. Those guys are going to have their opportunities, and you've got Rubio coming back. You've got Donovan Heinisch coming back. So it's a question mark in regard to, is it going to be championship level football? But to call it a weakness, I think is a stretch. It wasn't good enough tonight. It wasn't a weakness from a big picture. It didn't help you win tonight. But I do think overall the D-line recruiting isn't good enough. Like, guys, if you're not winning a championship and the gap isn't closed and there's errors, you got to get better. And I think D-line recruiting does need to get better in several ways. It's good. Is it good enough? Does anybody in this chat want to argue, in the show want to argue that it's good enough or it's the best that they can do?
No,
I don't think
No, it's
so.
not the best as they can do. Yeah. But I do think in a perfect world, things would have been different. Like if you're playing with a healthy Riley Mills and a healthy Howard Cross and, head on straight Jason Onye, and like all things being considered, then you probably feel a little bit different. But that's a part of recruiting, right? Having depth, having players behind those guys. And, I totally understand. Donovan Heinisch, like Trevor said, was one of those guys that played well along with Josh Burnham, but he's 285 at the end of the day, man. It's only so much,
Right.
him and his brother give you every ounce of that 285.
He's not. You talking about Donovan Heinisch?
Yeah,
he's 275.
But man, that's even
right
better. Him and Kurt, they give everything that they have. So if you can give him, it's perfect if you can give him 15 to 20 snaps a game. If he doesn't have a heavy load, he can just come in, especially pass rush situations. It's going to make him a better player. But that needs to, that recruiting definitely needs to improve. But Brian, right now, that DT position in recruiting is it's a viper's pit, man, when it comes to NIL.
Because there are a lot of kids that are just looking for the highest bidder.
Yeah.
It's a unique. There are some positions that are just that way, and that is one of those.
Yeah.
You're going to have to recruit guys with upside and develop them, and that's just the reality of where you're going to be. Because a lot of those top guys are just like, who's paying me the most?
Yeah.
And then a lot of those guys, you'll notice what a lot of those guys do the last 2 years.
Transfer
after a year, even whether they play well or don't play. Because like if they play well, it's like, well, I'm gonna jump in again and get more money. You're not gonna win that way, and you've wasted a year of development. You got to find the right kids.
Yeah.
So that's just because all those kids playing for Ohio State, they're all homegrown kids. The starters, Tyleik Williams is homegrown. Ty Hamilton, Michael Hall was last year.
Super chat from Miles Whitaker. Thank you, Miles. Is Notre Dame finishing the year ranked second? Any other ranking in my mind will confirm media bias.
I'll bet you $20 that one of the two polls has Texas ahead of Notre Dame. I'll bet you $20 one of those does.
Think so?
I do. Because of Miles's point. Now, the college football playoff rankings don't do a final ranking. Their final ranking is going to have Notre Dame, what, 5th?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they stop once the playoff seating is created. But I'll be one to bet you the coaches or the AP poll, if not both, have Notre Dame behind Texas. They shouldn't, but the justification being, well, they gave Texas a Ohio State a more competitive game. Because even though Notre Dame lost by fewer points, if you're being honest, Texas was a more competitive game. They had a shot to tie the game up at the end. Notre Dame never got to not really ever got to that. Well, I guess they got kind of close to it at the end. It was 31-23, and they had the ball. No, they didn't have the ball. They didn't have the ball. No, they never got the ball back. When they made it 31-23, they never got the ball back with 31-20. Ohio State got the field goal. That's right. But they played it more competitive than Notre Dame did. But it doesn't mean that they should still be ranked ahead of Notre Dame, especially because I could get into the whole, okay, well, Notre Dame beat Georgia by 13 and you lost to them twice. But watch. I hope I'm wrong, but watch.
Super chat from Chris McCall. Thank you, Chris. Our strength running seemed to be given up too early all season. Relied on the QB when his decision-making in the passing game was suspect.
I mean, Notre Dame ranked in the 100s in passing this year. And ranked in the top 10. Chris, I don't know what to tell you, man. I think you could make a case they gave up on the run game a little bit too much early tonight. I have my thoughts on why I don't agree with that take, but I don't think it's an outlandish take. And I think I'm not speaking for everyone on the show when I say that I don't think it was given up on too early tonight, which we've had that conversation. But to sit there and say that they gave up on it all season, I don't know what to tell you, man. I strongly disagree with that. I respect your opinion, but I don't know how you watch this football team this year and thought that they gave up on the run too early. Just not how I think this season played out. I mean, they beat Georgia passing for 90 yards. They ran for 101 yards in the second half against Penn. I mean, they could have easily been like, hey, we're just going to get pass happy against Penn State. They came right out at Penn State and just boom, 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 right down their throat first 3 plays. And then took a shot down the field after they softened them up a little bit. I mean, you could find some moments here or there. Sure, that's true for every team, but I just don't agree with that overall take. I just don't.
Yeah, I'm with you. Super chat from Carson Jackson. Thank you, Carson. 31-15, 9 minutes. I was screaming to give the running backs touches. Felt we had time to run our normal offense. On a positive note, I was encouraged by the pass protection and receiver play going into 2025 without a Riley Leonard type quarterback.
I mean, Carson, I'm not going to necessarily say that you're wrong. I was okay with what Denbrock did. I think Sean made a good point about once you got in the red zone, maybe that would have been time to maybe try to pop something. That's fair. I didn't have a big problem with the play calling in the second half, but
no, I didn't either.
I also don't think it's outrageous to think maybe you should have tried to get a big play from Jeremiah or Jadarian either. I think I'm cool with everybody's opinion on this in this game. I think there are pros and cons to both ways of going about it, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, man, I think it's just a tale of two different stories. I mean, Notre Dame didn't run the football. because they had 6 offensive plays outside of their first possession in the first half. And by the time they got the ball back in the second half for their 4th real drive of the game, they were down by 21 points. So if they did run the ball, a lot of these super chats and a lot of the things going on in the chat is, why were we running the football down by 21 points? So it's just a difference in opinion. Like, I get where you're coming from because that's Notre Dame's bread and butter. But I mean, the plays that they did call put them in a spot where it was a 31-23 football game late in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say, even if they did run the ball, the way that the defense was playing, like, that's what it would have played out to anyways. And if they're running the football, you could make the argument that potentially there'd be less time on the clock. So like, it's just something I'm going to have to evaluate when you go back and watch all 22. Maybe there were some opportunities that they could have taken advantage of that I'm just not seeing when I'm watching it live, which is a big possibility, but that's where I'm at with it.
Mm-hmm. I don't think questioning the play calling is outrageous. I don't.
No.
I just don't think it was like this egregious thing.
Yeah.
I think there's plays you could have said, hey, maybe there. I don't think it was this egregious thing.
Sure.
I think if anything, like Sean and I are on the same page that Jeremiah Love needs to touch the ball more. That was I had several season-long frustrations with this offense. One was we voiced weekly, Greathouse needs to get the ball more. Another one that we didn't talk about as much in the playoffs because of the injuries was Jeremiah Love needed to be more involved in the pass game. That was sort of a season-long issue for me. But, I also think part of that's Mike Denbrock saying, I got to play to what my team is. Because we saw him early in the year do more with Jaden Greathouse or Jeremiah Love in the pass game. But once he kind of was like, this is what Riley's comfortable with, this is what Riley likes throwing to, I think he kind of got to the point where it was like, well, why not throw a go route to Jeremiah Love the way you did to Aeneas Williams? Well, maybe he thinks Penn State plays that differently. Maybe they think that Penn State might put their corner out there on Jeremiah Love. But they're not going to put their corner out on Aeneas Williams. And Aeneas is a kid that had 2,000 receiving yards in his high school career and 150 touchdowns, and they weren't all rushing. You know what I mean? Like, he's a really good pass catcher. So, I'm okay with it. There's some things you could have done. And I promise you, Mike Denbrock's going to look at his play calling and be like, dude, I should have gone there here. I should have done this, should have done that. That's what competitors do.
Super chat from Aiden Benami. Thank you, Aiden. I hate losing 100%, but our culture coach and players make me feel 100 times more optimistic and better than all years past. Long ride home, IB the whole way.
I'm with you. Can I push back on something I've heard some Ohio State fans whining about? Somebody in the chat just said that. How they said Jeremiah Love called out Ohio State, saying he wanted to play Ohio State. All your beat writers left out the next quote, which is, they're the best team and we want to play the best team. Like, it's like some of y'all don't even know how to take a compliment.
Super chat from Full Life. Big super chat from Full Life. Thank you, Full Life, for the super chat, man. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate it. Heck of a season, and couldn't be more proud of how this team battled. Disappointing, yes. Frustrating, for sure, but I've never felt less upset after a big game loss. Go Irish. See,
because you don't feel cheated.
Yeah,
you don't feel cheated as a fan. There's no way you can digest this season in its entirety and feel like you didn't get everything that you're supposed to get from your football team as a fan. There's no way you can say, with the loss tonight, this team gave you everything you're supposed to get from a football team.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. I'm with you, Sean. From a coaching and a play, like, I never felt like the 2020 team didn't give everything they had against Alabama. I felt their head football coach did not give them everything he had, and I felt that at times too. And that's the difference. Like, I don't like Al Golden's game plan. I promise you, Al Golden wanted to win tonight more than I did. I mean, and that's the difference. We evaluate the job that he did, but they left it all out there from an effort standpoint. They're going to look back and say, we should have done this, should have done that, schematically, X's and O's, play calling stuff. But, I just so I say I'm proud of this team in a way which I as an outsider can be proud of a team, and respect what they did. I'm disappointed with the outcome. Angela called me a little bit ago when I went upstairs to check on Rita because she was watching, so she knew I was away from the computer. And she was just torn up because she's down in the field and she's like seeing all the kids come off the field crying, and they were heartbroken, man. They gave it everything they had tonight. And it's, but you felt like everybody part of the team gave everything they had. Just doesn't mean they did their best in regard to, what they called or what they did, but they gave it everything they had. And there's a difference between playing to your best or coaching to your best and giving maximum effort and leaving it all out there. And tonight, both of those football teams left everything on the field. One team just played better than the other. Yeah. One team earned the championship and the other team didn't. But it's one of those things where as a coach, you're disappointed with yourself, with your team and how you played, but you're also, man, this is why I love this football team. Because I never, not for 1 second did I question Christian Gray's heart tonight, or Drake Bowen's heart tonight, or RJ Oben's heart tonight. Question their playmaking sometimes, or decision-making, or execution at times. But those kids gave me everything they had. If you're a coach, you're feeling that way. And I think you can hang your head high on that. And as evaluators, I can also feel that way about the coaching staff, which is why I do also have a different feeling now than I have after past games. Because, this whole channel got started with what? What was the first live show we did? It was me absolutely destroying Brian Kelly after the Alabama game, because I felt like it's not even that they lost. It's that you coached not to get blown out, not to win. And I'd rather lose by 50, giving it everything I had, than to lose by 17 because you coached like a coward. Right? That's how this whole thing got started. So if I felt they did that tonight, believe me, I'd say it. But that's not my takeaway.
I think it's for some of those reasons why, like, I'm more upset after this loss, but I'm not upset at the effort. I'm not upset at the players. I'm upset because it felt closer. Like that's why I'm more upset than I was in 2020. Like you could have stopped watching that 2020 Alabama game at like midway through the second quarter. You could have stopped watching the 2018 Clemson game as soon as Julian Love got hurt. But I know they also went down in the first half of this game as well. But just by who this team is and their effort to put in and battle back, I knew at some point it was going to be a game. I just didn't know when. And I think that's what's so tough. Like, that's why it hurts more. Like, the best analogy I can make is, like, let's say you go buy like a Powerball ticket. What hurts worse? The fact that you went and bought a ticket and like they read off the first number and like you just don't get the first number and it's like, well, that sucks. Or you get 4 of the first 5 numbers and then the last number comes up and it's like, oh, like that's kind of how I feel. Like, that's the best analogy that I can come up with how I feel. So this is a big season of firsts for me, and to come up this close was tough. And I will always give credit where credit is due. The better team won tonight, and like that doesn't question the character or the integrity of the Notre Dame football team, the players, the coaching staff. But this one hurts. And I get where you're coming from, Full Life. Like, it doesn't hurt as bad because like there's so much more it feels like to look forward to after this game.
For sure.
That I completely agree with.
For sure.
But from the game itself, this one stings. I cannot lie. This one stings.
I really thought they were going to win this game.
I did too.
Like, I had a buddy call me after the prediction show. Goes, no, what are you really thinking? I was like, do you really think I just go in there and just like make crap up, make people feel good, but I'm really thinking they're going to lose by 30? So no, I'm not saying that. I'm like, no, I told them, because I've made predictions before. I'm like, look, this is going to be a tough one, and I'm going with my heart here. You know what I mean? But like, I really thought they're going to win this football game.
I did too.
But what we said all along is they had to play their game, and they didn't play their game tonight.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that. I had a couple of buddies who were Ohio State fans text me because they saw my prediction, and they're like, In all honesty, do you think you can win? And it's like,
I'm just
what did
lying.
you-
I'm just
like-
lying to fans. Like, no, I think they're going to lose by 30. It's
right?
like
Super
Yeah.
chat from Carson Jackson. Thank you, Carson. Love this team, program, and culture. Couldn't be more proud to be a Notre Dame fan, especially in Alabama. Nice.
Yeah.
Love IB Nation. Will always try my best to support. Best and favorite Notre Dame coverage and community. All love.
I appreciate that, Carson, very much, man, very much.
Super chat from Sean Imel. Thank you, Sean. What do you all think of the 3rd and 11 play call on defense when Ohio State hit the deep ball going to Jeremiah Smith? I didn't like the result, but would have been more disappointed with us not being aggressive.
Sean, we talked about that earlier, and this question was submitted before we got to that, but I just want to quickly address it again in case for some reason, Sean, you're in the chat now and you weren't then. I had no problem with them being aggressive in their coverage and coming after the quarterback. What I had a problem with was that's one where you just don't let Jeremiah Smith beat you. And in 3rd and 11 there, I mean, they're not going to go for it on 4th down from that part of the field and give Notre Dame a short field. So there's a way to be aggressive where maybe you like do it some of the zone fires they do. But that's just one where I'm like, look, somebody else besides Jeremiah Smith is going to have to beat me on this particular play. And that's my issue is Christian should have had help over the top. Having said that, if you are going to ask him to play man coverage there, you have him play a type of man coverage he's more comfortable with, which is a more aggressive press man coverage where he can maybe try to get hands on Jeremiah Smith. Because the thing is about that is go back and watch the play. Will Howard caught it, got to his drop, and just let it go. He was going to beat the pressure because it was just because he got a free release, he could just get vertical and just chuck it downfield. Whereas if he's dropping back and maybe Christian can get hands on Jeremiah Smith, he may not feel as comfortable letting that ball go, or maybe Christian could have knocked him off track or whatever the case may be. That's just not something Christian's good at. And so I felt like they didn't put him. So I didn't mind being aggressive there in coverage. I just didn't like the specific type of coverage they had. And I would have just like given him help over the top. I would have not put Christian in that. Like, listen, I think Christian Gray sucks. Christian Gray got beat by the best receiver in college football. I mean, that sucks, but like he doesn't suck. You don't put that guy in that position. And especially that particular way. So I did not like the call at all.
Big super chat from B Straw. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it very much. Irish Breakdown, it's been a hell of a month. I made trips to South Bend, Miami, and Atlanta to watch this team. Wanted a national championship like everybody else. This month, I've lost my BK PTSD, and now this team is in great hands with Marcus Freeman. Go Irish, and thank you, Irish Breakdown.
Yeah, I wonder how many people, like, there's been a lot of people that have had their PTSD. Eliminated at different times this season. You know, some people it was games in the regular season. Some people it was Indiana. Not many. For some, a lot of others, it was Georgia. For still others, it was last week. I actually didn't think about coming in like after the game, like, would anyone have lost that after tonight? And I don't think he's saying that. He's saying in the last month, but I think there's a lot of people that realize, yeah, this loss sucked. It did. And I'm not happy about it, but like, as he said, you feel like, look, this team is in a good position. They're in good hands. And I think that helps not be happy with the loss, because I'm not happy with the loss, but it helps me remain optimistic that like it just wasn't their night. You know, it wasn't their night. They're going to be back. And in the past, I wasn't always that confident that they'd be back. You know, but with this team, you're like, no, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think as they progress through the playoffs with each win, I think certain emotions that could be attached to a loss fell off. Like, it would have been disappointing and stunk if they had lost to Indiana, but it would have been a level of passivity as well. Like, yo, this is not progress.
No,
this ain't it, right? And I think
smacked Indiana.
Yes, there would have been a level of that if they had lost to Georgia, because it would have been like, good Lord, when are we going to be able to win one of these types of games against a top-notch team when it matters? once they beat them, we got to Penn State, and it was kind of like, yo, if we win this game, we're actually in a championship.
Right.
And now it's like, you want to win, you'll be hurt and disappointed if you don't win, but it's like, yo, we're in the championship. And now, tonight, as a fan base, I felt like we were playing with house money.
Yeah. I said that after the Georgia game because of all the injuries. Not that I didn't think they couldn't beat Penn State, but just like with all the injuries, you've gotten to the point now where it's like this team has kind of gotten as much out of it as you think they should have gotten with all the stuff, all the injuries they've lost. I mean, think about it. They were down 2 defensive All-Americans from this game. They were down their starting center. They were down their not starting left tackle, but the guy that spent all the season as a starting left tackle. You were down your 2 best pass rushers off the edge. I mean, they were losing. I mean, when Notre Dame had losses, they were like really important losses.
Mm-hmm.
And, but that's part of football. You know, it's part of football. But yeah, I'm with you, Sean. Like I said that after the Georgia game. I said they're playing with house money, and and I didn't mean that as like they couldn't beat Penn State. I thought they would beat Penn State, but It was just like at this point in time, like this season is a success from the standpoint of they took a huge step as a program. Now, the ultimate success is championship. That's the ultimate standard. And they didn't reach that standard, which we'll talk about more in the offseason. But did they move the needle this season? By 1,000 miles, they did. You know, so now it's about, okay, but you haven't taken that final step. And it's okay to say both. It's not like no championship means no progress. Well, that's kind of silly. You know, like there's 2 ways to evaluate it. Did you reach the ultimate standard? No. But did you grow as a football team? Yes. To what degree? That's what we'll evaluate this offseason. But there's no question, Sean, to your point, that this team took a big step this year. And once they beat Georgia, that was finalized. And the only thing that could have maybe ruined it was a blowout loss. And although this game was going in that direction, I think the way this team finished, I think kind of like, okay, yeah, as we said, Ohio State called off the dogs a little bit, and Notre Dame made him pay for it. You know what I mean? By making it a game. You get a 3rd and 11 stop right there, and Notre Dame gets the ball back with like over 2 minutes left and timeouts. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I feel like there's a little something there. You know what I mean? And I don't think Mike Denbrock had used up all his 2-point conversion opportunities at that point in time either. But, you know, you weren't able to get it done. But the way that team fought back after being on the verge of like, here we go, 2012 all over again, is, I would think, hopefully got rid of the final BK PTSD. And now it's like he's completely in the past. Now the question is, Marcus Freeman showed that he's an outstanding football coach. The next step for him is he needs to show that he's a championship coach. We know he can get there, but can you win it all? Are you Dan Reeves, or are you, you know what I mean? Somebody, I'm going to have to pick some guys. I know there's been some coaches that lost their first chances and then went back and won some, but isn't it Tony Dungy, right? It just popped in my head. Lost his first Super Bowl, correct? Didn't they lose to the Saints, or did they beat the Bears first and then lost to the Saints?
They beat the Bears first.
Beat the Bears first. So 1-1, lost 1. You know, so you got to prove that you can be that championship coach. But he's proven that he's one of the best coaches in college football. Mm-hmm. Now you got to prove if you can take that final step. And that's progress, because I don't know that a lot of people would have just made that assumption before the season, and especially not after September 7th. So Kirby Smart for sure thinks he's a pretty good football coach, I would assume. I'm sure Kurt Cignetti does as well, and I'm sure James Franklin does as well.
Super chat from Ryan O'Connor. Leonard Moore covers Smith every time. Horrible plan by Marcus and Golden. Greg gets beat by talent all year.
Okay. I appreciate the super chat, Ryan. I really do. I'm being serious. I do appreciate the super chat. I don't agree with that, and I don't really care to engage any further. I'm not going to change your mind tonight, and I appreciate you, man. I do, but I'm not.
Oh, man.
I appreciate the super chat.
Super chat from Maurice Briner. Man, tough end of the season, but this was such a special year. If you told me after Northern Illinois that Notre Dame would end up in the Natty, I would have taken it.
Yeah.
W or L.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Super chat from Rose Quartz Lemonade. Let Marcus Freeman get more time with this team. He will deliver your natty. As an OSU fan, I believe he is greatness personified. 937 Marcus will get his ring. Have faith.
Now, you have 937 bias, but I also think you're correct. He said he had 937 bias earlier.
Another super chat from Reese Briner. Thank you, Reese. This was my first season listening to Irish Breakdown. I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. You made this season even more fun than it already was. Well, hey, man, coming from somebody who was like a very active listener before I started with Irish Breakdown, honestly, the thing that got me through the offseason was listening to Irish Breakdown. Legitimately, like I loved everything that went on during the season, but you know, like some people, like winter comes around and like they get seasonal depression. My seasonal depression is when it's not football season. Like I'm being legitimately serious. And listening to all the coverage of the offseason stuff is massive. So please, please, please continue to keep listening to all the stuff that we're putting out here because it helps.
When you'll have a different perspective on that this year.
I know. Super chat from Riley Welker. Thank you, Riley. Easy to be a fan when everything goes well. That's a fantastic point. That's fantastic. Let's build on this season for next year. As always, go Irish. Dad, if you listen tomorrow, love you.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Another super chat from Rose Quartz Lemonade. Thank you so much for the super chat. Y'all, undying fandom has made a fan out of me. I will be a Notre Dame supporter and an OSU fan. I went to a Catholic high school as a Baptist, the same one my dad and my grandfather went to. I used to hate Notre Dame. Now I believe.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. Hey, I just thought of a coach who lost his first national championship game and then won one. Ryan Day. I forgot about that because they got destroyed by Alabama in 2020.
Yeah.
And then won this one. So
Jim Harbaugh. Or no, he never made the natty.
No, he made the playoff twice.
Yeah.
But but Day failed his first two playoff appearances because they got beat by Clemson. In what was flat out one of the best playoff semifinal games ever.
Yeah.
That 19 Ohio State Clemson game was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. But yeah. The next year Clemson Ohio State game was brutal.
Yeah. Super chat from Trevor Rocket. Thank you, Trev. Thank you, IB and IB Nation. Disappointing ending to a heck of a season.
Yeah, it was. And Trev, we're glad you're still with us, man. I know it's been a really tough year for you, man, but we're glad you're still with us, brother. And ready for a fun off season, no doubt.
Super chat from Zach32. Thank you, Zach. Heartbreaking loss. Do you guys think that game is different or closer if our defense was healthy?
I mean, look, if I think Notre Dame's defense was healthy and Ohio State's offensive line was healthy, that this game would have looked differently. I do. I absolutely do. I just think if they would have played better, this game would have been different. But no, I think if everybody that began the playoff, even if it's just everybody that began the playoff was healthy, I think this would have looked different. Even if you just give me Riley Leonard, I think this looks different. I do.
You mean Riley Mills?
Riley Mills, yes. Sorry, Riley Mills. I'm glad I don't have to be giving that mistake next year all the time because I've probably made that mistake about 175,000 times this season. And it's like, at least you still correct me, Sean. Trev just kind of like, whatever. He's going to keep doing that. So,
well, it's because I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Trev. But Riley Mills. But that's the hypothetical game that I hate so much.
Yeah.
You know, and it's because I don't know how it would have gone. I think it would have been a much different game if they had Boubacar and Benjamin and all that. But if you're an Ohio State fan, you're probably like, yeah, but if we have Josh Simmons and Donovan Jackson still playing left guard and Seth McLaughlin, who's an All-American, Laughlin is an All-American, is at center, they're probably feeling the same way. The reality is that they didn't have that team. And the team that they had got beat. But I do think it would have been, but I'm just not going to spend a whole lot of time dwelling on it because that's not football. Football. There's injuries in football, and you've got to overcome them. And Notre Dame had more, but, I mean, some of those were happening a long time ago. You've had months to get over not having Boubacar. You won a lot of games without Boubacar and Jordan Patelho. You won a lot of games without Benjamin Morrison. Yeah. You still beat Georgia and Penn. I think, Sean, you said this earlier. You still beat Georgia and Penn State without Riley Mills. Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, so I don't want to take too much away from this particular group, but I do think it would have been different, a lot different with those guys.
Did Notre Notre Dame covered, didn't it?
No,
No,
because of
Amen.
that the late
Oh, the
field
late
goal.
field goal. Yeah. Late
Yeah.
field goal.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah.
late field goal. Yep.
Yep.
Rose Quartz Lemonade said, "Sorry, Sean, I didn't know your name. You ran a great show with Lucky this week. I sent super chats, but Will Howard played great. Give him credit, Sean." And we don't have our names on there right now, by the way, so that would make sense. Sorry.
Super chat from Iden Benami. Thank you, Iden. Can we clarify we pay players? I thought Notre Dame will never pay for play from IB. Is Notre Dame paying and competing in nil mean actually NIL deals or pay for play?
Well, NIL deals the way they are right now are basically pay for play. What Notre Dame is not really doing is they're not just saying, hey, here's $2 million, have at it, Hoss. There's things tied into that they're doing. But Notre Dame is doing what the rules allow you to do. That's what they're doing. They're not doing anything outside the rules. They're doing everything that the rules allow you to do, and the rules allow you to say if you got to give $1 million to a high school player to get a high school player, and you got to work out some different deals and partnerships with them, then that's what you're going to do. So, I mean, and there's a guy that they could have given him a receiver, they could have given $1.5 million to, and probably would have got him this year, but they were like, nope, we're not giving that kind of money to a kid like that who just wants the money, and he's going to be the highest bidder. So they're being smart about it. But like, that's partly why you see a lot of these guys in the community and doing different things and doing advertising and all that, because that's what NIL is. So yes, Notre Dame pays players. They are very competitive in the NIL sphere. And some of that is just the rules are each player gets a certain amount of money. That's just the rules. That's the way that it is. And they're doing that.
Super chat from Paul Dunn. Thank you, Paul. Am I crazy to feel like it's a completely different game if we pick up a first down or two in the second and third drives?
Not crazy at all.
Nope.
I mean, that's what we talked about. You got to answer some of those early scores. You got to help your defense out who's struggling by getting more early scores. Yeah, absolutely.
Goes back to that complimentary football conversation that we had at the start of the show.
Yep. Appreciate that, Paul.
Mm-hmm. Super chat from Greg Grommelspatcher. I'm sorry if I butchered that, but thank you for the super chat, Greg. Appreciate all you guys do. I can't sleep, and I'm obviously sad, but can't spot OSU a 21-point lead. However, proud of the way they fought back, and I believed until 3rd and 11. Field goal was the right decision.
What did you guys think of that field goal decision? I know I gave my opinion. What did you guys think of that?
Honestly, I know Trevor has spoken about it. At the time, because of where they were in goal, I didn't have as much of a problem with it. I probably would have still gone for it and tried to get the touchdown and just pin them back, instead of missing the field goal. Of course, hindsight's 2020. Now they moved out to the 20, but your defense stopped them. So Marcus Freeman in his mind is probably like, I'm gonna get these points and we're gonna stop them. Because they stopped them the very next series. So if they stop them and get that stop, then it's what, 31-18. Then they score. So now it goes to 31-24.
Right.
And then you don't have to go for 2 at that point. Now you're going for 31-25 with a chance to actually beat them if you can get the ball back and win again. So I think Marcus Freeman had in mind when he said that's one. Like, he was playing the game out in his mind.
Yeah.
With full faith in his defense. Like, we're going to get a stop here, get the ball back, we're going to score, and then we'll have one more opportunity, which they did have, to get another stop. And they would have had the ball that they stopped them to go down and score to win the game. So I think
Do
his
you
process
do you think he goes for a touchdown because I think he goes for a touchdown if they're closer.
That's why I had a problem with the play calls.
Right, because you're at the 9.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, as far as that decision, I think if you're closer.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah. That's why I was like, yo, you take the first 2 plays to see if you can get it to the running backs or maybe throw in a run.
Right.
And now, basically you're saying we got 4 downs to get in from the 9. So
right.
Getting a 2-yard run, that's progress. Because we're going for it on 4th. if that's the way you're going to look at it. So, like you said, the play to Mitchell Evans, really didn't understand. I think I didn't understand that route. I guess I have to look at it again. I don't know if it was stacked to the left, but obviously they tried to kind of run a angle route with Jaden Greathouse coming back across the face of the DB. But being that close to the end zone, they played that well. So, yeah, I would have loved to see the running backs be involved in the passing game, maybe down there, wheel route, something quick in space. But
Yeah, the field goal's tough for me because, like, at the time I looked at that and I was like, okay, well, let's say you make it, it's still a 2-possession game. Like, it doesn't give you, like,
But there are 2 possessions where a field goal means you don't need as much time or space to get that second score. Meaning, let's say they go up 38-18, right? And now it's a no. Actually, no. It'd have been no. Take it back. I'm thinking it's 11 instead of 13. So never mind.
Yeah, so that's that to me. Like when I was watching it,
2-point conversion though. That's the one thing I'll say.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. But to me, it was like, obviously hindsight's always 20/20 because you missed the field goal anyway. So it's not. I agree that going for it on 4th and 9 against that red zone defense would have been tough. But I know what absolutely didn't work, and it was the missed field goal, right? So I like that. That is also a factor in it. Like, I think if he would have made it, it would have been a different conversation to see how the rest of the game would have played out. But at the time when I was watching it, it's like, okay, so now you're just down by 13. You're not down by 16. So,
So you've increased you still need 2 more touchdowns, as you said. 9.5 left, but now you don't need to get 2 more touchdowns and 2 more 2-point conversions.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, my thing is you're playing to the percentages are actually probably on the side. I'm very interested if he had a conversation with his analytics guy. As those downs,
so from
as
the
it was
9.
getting to, as it was getting there. But I would think the percentages against that defense is like, and Marcus Freeman, the last thing he was thinking about is Miss Jeter missing that field goal.
Yeah.
From that close. I guarantee he was like, all right, you're gonna get these 3.
And the
especially
other thing,
the way they've been kicking.
Yeah.
That was the last thing he thought that would happen. He hit it off the upright.
And I saw some people in the chat were like, during the live chat, like on the board, were like, it's Freeman going back to concern. I'm like, guys, he's not going to go for it twice on 4th down when it's 0-0, and then all of a sudden get conservative when they're down 31-15. Like, come on. Like it was an educated decision, whether you agree with it or not. At least you can understand why he did it. I don't think that means you have to agree with it. I just think it makes sense why he did it, even if you disagree with the ultimate decision. Even if you say, look, I'd have gone for it there.
Yeah.
I still think you can at least look at it and say, okay, I understand why. I would have liked to see them do something different.
I take more umbrage with the fake punt than going for the field goal. Because you actually gave them 3 points.
Yeah.
Gave them 3 points.
Can I ask you a question, Sean? You didn't think they should have punted there. You just think they should have had the offense on the field and
if you're going to go for it.
Agree.
If you're going to go for it, then you give yourself the best chance to convert. That's what you do. You give yourself the best chance to convert. That fake punt,
nah, man. Like it's 4th and 2. Ohio State all night wanted nothing to do with Riley Leonard.
Nothing
to do with
at
it.
All.
There's a reason why they did it 9 times on the first possession.
And they don't change. They play nickel. You already know what they're playing. That's why they don't want to face that run up the middle. And first of all, go back and look. It was a horrible spot by the referee. All go back. It was like at least a half, maybe a full yard short of where it should have been spotted. It should have been like a 4th and 1. And I thought that maybe, Notre Dame or somebody else would actually call it into question. But
that has been an issue all playoff. Spots have been terrible in the playoffs. And not even just Notre Dame, but like bad spots in the playoffs.
On the first drive, I'll have to go back and watch it. Like on Notre Dame's first drive, Chris Mitchell had a catch over the middle of the field that I was like almost positive it was like a yard and a half
short.
I didn't think. Yeah, they gave it to him. Like,
yeah,
are they going to review this?
Yeah. The spots in the playoff have been bad.
So I'm not even saying it was like anti Notre Dame. I mean, like in other games I've watched, also, I'm like, dude, they're just kind of guessing here. Like, it's like, okay, whatever. Like, I still don't understand, like, when Mitchell Evans went out of bounds, I still don't understand where the spot was.
No, he just guessed.
Yeah,
because Mitchell Evans actually reached the ball out.
It should have either been back further where he left or up further. Like, where they ended was like, I don't know where that came from.
It was the estimation.
Because I almost thought I saw the guy go like, did he not do that?
Yeah, dude.
When he put his foot down, he kind of like had like a, this works for me. You know, it was bad, dude.
Yeah, it looked
and it's been that way the whole playoff. I guess I don't know if I could say that. I don't remember that in the Indiana game, but Georgia game for sure, the Penn State game for sure, and the Ohio State game for sure. And there's other playoff games. Like there's a couple in the Texas Arizona State game that I was like, what is going on here with these spots?
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Super chat from Ryan Randolph. Thank you, Ryan. Wasn't the ending that we had all hoped for, and it was disappointing. I believe the future is still bright. Things that we need to fix, and I do feel like we will win one here soon. Thank you guys for everything you do here at Irish Breakdown.
Love it, Ryan. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
Super chat from Chris Moore. Thank you, Chris. Notre Dame seniors were a no-show outside of Riley. X dropped a pick. Cross one tackle. Kaiser didn't look like he belonged. D-line bad for a line-driven program.
I mean, that's a dramatic overreaction. First of all, Xavier Watts was outstanding in this game, right? Dropped a pick. No, he didn't. Him and Trayvon Henderson, two great football players, were battling for the football. Like,
is that the play he's talking about?
It gotta be. I can't think another time was a pick. I mean, the play he made on reading that jet sweep and tackling Jeremiah Smith, and I mean, Xavier Watts had an outstanding football game, bro. I can't. Man, I'm not with you, Chris. I love you, man, but nah. You know, Howard Cross didn't play great. I mean, to say it was a no-show, I think that's disrespectful. Guy's hurt and he's playing on an injury. Honestly, I don't even know if he should be playing. I mean, he's got no juice left. Jack Kaiser had a rough game. I mean, but didn't belong. Come on now. And yeah, the D-line was bad. I mean, I'll give you that. I understand all that. They had a bad game, no doubt. They got to get better. But I mean, Indy seniors were no. I mean,
didn't some seniors in the O-line play well?
They flat out ran behind Rocco Spindler the whole first series, like the whole first series. You know, Mitchell Evans, he played well in this football game. He's a senior. You know, I mean, there's several seniors that I thought played their tails off. Jordan Clark was outstanding in this football game. He's a senior. Yeah. So, I mean, look, yeah. I mean, some of that Xavier Watts was out. Come on now. I love you, Chris, but that's just I'm really gonna have to disagree with you on this one. Walter Mackey, this is more like it. I appreciate you, Walter, for super chat. I'll miss Xavier Watts. I wish him the best in the NFL. You are not alone, my friend. There's a lot of people are going to miss that young man. And you know what's great about it, Sean, is what makes my heart feel good about Xavier Watts in the career he had is because it's not just that he was a heck of a football player. And he's one of the best safeties Notre Dame's ever had. He's an outstanding young person. He's an outstanding young man. And I said something, I won't say this publicly as well in this show, but I said something before the game. I said, man, as a believer in Christ, it made my heart feel good to see all the Notre Dame and Ohio State players outwardly and openly speaking about the impact that God has had on their lives and how their faith is so important to them. And there's a lot of good kids on that field tonight. There's both teams, but that's one of the best. And he is the example that every coach in America should be pointing to when they talk about players that want to leave because things aren't going their way. Imagine if Xavier Watts took the easy way out and bailed after he wasn't getting his way the first couple of years. Career would have looked a whole lot different.
Yep. Super chat from Rose Quartz Lemonade. Something about James Franklin just hit me. He's wrong. Stay independent. It's cool that y'all play everyone across the United States in the world of NIL. Maintain tradition.
Well, I mean, you could just ended it after the first two, words, and I'd have been cool with you on that one, But yeah, he is wrong. He's wrong about a lot of things, like proper fourth down play calling. But no, I mean, it's just that's being a hater. That's jealousy. That's Penn State hates Notre Dame because they can't be Notre Dame, and they're still bitter that they were forced to go join the Big Ten to make their money because nobody was going to give them their own TV deal. So. That's the epitome of they hate us because they ain't us. Penn State is. There's no doubt. So you could have just stopped that at the first two letters, and I'd have probably brought this one up. Not going to lie to you.
Super chat from Sean Michael. Brian and IB staff, thank you for a great year. I'm proud of this team and excited for the future. I truly believe Coach Marcus Freeman will bring us a national championship soon. Go Irish.
I'm with you.
Word.
I'm with you.
Super chat from GFS. Thank you for the super chat. This one hurt, but I'm already on to next season. What do y'all believe Notre Dame will be better at next year? What position groups take jumps and drops?
Well, we will have plenty of shows to talk about that. We're not going to literally cover all of that tonight. We're not going to cover any of that tonight. We're going to talk about this show, but GFS, we'll have a lot of shows on that. We'll probably do another recap of the game tomorrow after some film. Maybe. I mean, we may sit down and decide, what, we're gonna break down the game, or we're gonna start, maybe break down the season and then start looking forward. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling tomorrow, but we'll have a lot to talk about that.
2 areas. There's only 2 areas you can look at, in my opinion. Secondary and quarterback. That's it. And
Where
that's
they're
only
going to be better next year.
Where they won't. Where you can actually discuss that they won't be better.
Yeah,
I think every other area I feel assured that in every other area they'll be better.
At quarterback and secondary, you said?
Quarterback definitely is going to be a question. Not because of talent, just because of
it's
experience.
Right.
And then, X is, that's a big loss. I know we got Strowman, but that's a big loss. You're good at the corners, but then you have to figure out who your nickel is because Jordan Clark is good. So that's a question.
Yeah.
They can be better, but we'll wait and see how it plays out.
Now I'm with you.
Yeah.
So like what you just said, I'm 100% on, because you can always see Sean when like the wheels are turning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like you look at what losing Cam Hart and DJ and Thomas Harper from last year, and they were better this year. And so my response is going to be like, X is a huge loss.
Mm-hmm.
And my faith in the secondary is not just because they got Jalen Stroman, because Jalen Stroman is not Xavier Watts.
Right.
But it's more about Leonard Moore will be better. Christian Gray will be better. Getting Devontae Smith. I think that's an upgraded nickel. And that's not a knock on Jordan Clark. I think that kid did a heck of a job this year. Don Schuler is going to be better. You get Jadon Blair. So, yes, looking at it from could it be better? Maybe, but it's got a lot to prove. Now we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Same with quarterback. Could the Notre Dame end up being better at quarterback in the playoff next year than what they were this year? Maybe. But that might be partly because the supporting cast around him might be better than the one Riley Leonard had across the board because of all the injuries on the offense. I mean, who knows? But you got some big shoes that you got to fill. CJ Carr, Kenny Minchie, Steve Angeli, whoever the quarterback's going to be. You got some big shoes to fill from a playmaking standpoint and a leadership standpoint with Riley Leonard leave. See, dang it, man, I just did the opposite that time. But with Riley Leonard leaving. So that's, O-line, definitely expect an upgrade. Tight end's another one where, we'll see if it can be better next year with some of the injuries. With Cooper Flanagan, it's going to probably be out for a while this offseason. You're losing Mitchell Evans. You're going to get, the Washington kid from Arkansas that's going to be a depth player, Jack Larson. You get James Flanagan. That's a question mark there. Linebacker, you expect them to be better. And then D-line. D-line is a question mark in relation to, will it be better than what this D-line was when it was at its best?
Okay.
That's a question mark. Like kind of that when Riley was really going off and before Howard's injury, like when Howard and Riley were really starting to dominate together. But as far as will it be better than what it was in the postseason, I absolutely think it will be better than it was in postseason.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that, Sean. But yes, the way you phrase at the end, we're on the same page. But we'll have a lot to talk about. And then there's going to be you got to be better in this part, third down, this part of the game, that kind of stuff. We'll have a lot to talk about. We got a whole offseason to talk about that stuff, folks. Now here's the last one, guys.
Super chat from Full Life. Thank you for the super chat. Little offbeat, looking towards the future. If CJ isn't starting quarterback next year, is it more of a CJ isn't what we think, or he gets beat by the better quarterback?
Gets beat by the better quarterback. I mean, look, if CJ Carr goes out there and plays well this offseason and Kenny, man, he just lights it up, I won't be shocked because Kenny's a really talented player and he's a year older than CJ. You know, I mean, this is the great thing is like, nobody, it's not a shocker. I think that if everybody plays to their potential, CJ Carr's the best quarterback on the roster. I feel that even with Riley Leonard here, but he wasn't going to be that as a true freshman compared to where Riley was as a senior. But I don't think the gap is so great that a great offseason from Kenny Minchie can't change that. You know what I mean? And I would think that anyone that thinks Kenny's going to be the guy is as honest about CJ's ability as I am about Kenny's, but you shouldn't be shocked if CJ has a great offseason and becomes a guy. I mean, you know, that's why I'm confident in the quarterback position, because it's kind of like, as long as it's an open and honest competition, meaning like you're not starting a guy just because he's the veteran or another guy because you think he's the savior of the position, but like it's an honest and open and fair competition. I don't care who wins it, because if Steve Angeli is in a fair competition and he wins it, that means Steve Angeli played really good freaking football to beat out Kenny Minchie and Steve Angeli. And I'd say the same thing about Kenny Minchie if he beats out Steve and CJ. And I'll say the same thing about CJ if he beats out Kenny and Steve, as long as they all stay and compete. I think all three of those kids bring certain abilities to the table, but I just have always felt that CJ and Kenny they're just different. They're different type of cats, man. The ball just is different. They're just talented kids that I think can be special quarterbacks. And so, you know, I think one of those two guys will be the quarterback next year. And if Kenny beats out CJ, it has nothing to do with CJ's not what we think he is. I had Kenny Minchie as a top 100 player coming out of high school. That kid throws a gorgeous ball, and he's wicked smart, and he's an athletic kid. I think the only thing they'll tell me is if neither one of those kids wins the job, I'll have some concerns, to be completely, because I think the talent gap between those two and Steve is great. Mm-hmm. And I'll be, hey, great job, Steve Angeli, win that job. But I'll be like, did those guys not progress? If it was an open, fair competition, did they not progress? Because I think their talent gap is much greater. Their talent is much greater than Steve's. But if either one of those two kids start next year, I'm excited about it. I have my opinion of who I think is the best and who will emerge. But if Kenny Minchie beats him out, you're not going to be like, man, that's disappointing. Either one of those two kids start, I'm excited about what this pass offense is going to look like next year.
Yeah, I just want to see an exciting pass offense. If I'm just being 100% honest, look, like I'm about to be as real as humanly possible. We just rattled off some of the positions that we hope like elevate next year. The receiving room has all the potential to do it. Like I love Malachi Fields. Jaden Greathouse just had a really good 2-game stretch. He's been open all season long. I just feel like over the last, and this goes back before I was with Irish Breakdown, but I just feel like the last like 3 years, it's been, this is the year the receiving core goes nuts.
Sure.
And I'm starting to feel grumblings about it again for 2025. I just need to see it. I'm not saying that I doubt it. I just need to see it. It's the same thing with the quarterback position. Like
very healthy skepticism, Trevor.
Yeah.
It's a deserved skepticism.
Yep. Got to see it. And it's same thing with the quarterback position. Now, I will say from what I've seen, like I said, I haven't been to a practice, but from what I've seen from Kenny and CJ in like blue gold games, things like that, like the ball does come out different. It does for sure. But maybe it's just the PTSD from the, you know, hey, the Hartman's coming in. We saw what he did at Wake Forest, and that kid can spin it. And Riley Leonard from 22 is like, yes, he's an athletic kid, but he can spin it. Like, I just got to see it in that span, man.
Trev is different, bro.
We'll get him up for a practice, Sean. We'll get him up for a practice in the spring. Trust me. It'll take him about 2 drills and be like,
you're on the near field. You'll be watching Steve and Riley on the near field, and then you'll peek over to the far field and say, Okay.
That's different.
That's a
Yeah.
little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah.
But I also I think your skepticism is, especially
it's
the
fair.
receiving core, is very
It's
fair.
fair. It's fair.
It's very fair. I thought this receiving core should have been a lot better. And this year, unlike like last year, I defended the receiving core last year a ton. Even though I didn't like their position coach, I defended them a ton because they were open a lot more than they got the ball. And it wasn't always Sam's fault. A lot of times it was the pass protection, and it was just different things at different times. But this year they weren't open as much at times as they were last year because they didn't play with urgency. They didn't, but as a group. But Jaden Greathouse was that dude all year, in my opinion, and should have been a lot more productive player. But I mean, look, I'm fired up about Malachi Fields. We're going to talk a lot about the receiving core, but everyone should have a level of show me when it comes to the receivers.
Yeah.
Everyone should. And even if they all go out and have great falls or great spring practices, because, Jaden Greathouse had a great spring practice. The only thing that will be different then is whoever's throwing the ball to him in the spring this time will be the one throwing him the ball in the spring and the fall. That was the one thing that was different about that was when, it was Steve and Kenny and CJ throwing the ball to Jaden Greathouse all spring. And him and Riley for whatever reason, never establish that kind of connection. But, I mean, like I said, I'm very happy that Bo Collins came to Notre Dame, and he gave Notre Dame everything he had. He had a good season, kind of expect him to have. Chris Mitchell didn't pan out how we hoped. I don't know that was always his fault. I still don't understand why they didn't use him, but exactly why they're bringing in Malachi Fields. And with all due respect to Bo and Chris Mitchell and Jaden Harrison, they're not Malachi Fields. And like you said, Faison, hopefully he can be healthy next year. I mean, he got banged up in the opener and was just never the same guy until like late November. Yeah. Hopefully Cam and Micah can have a big offseason. Logan Saldate is a kid to keep an eye on this offseason. I mean, but I can say all that. And you're like, yeah, but dude, you said that last year. And you're right. You're right. That position, even more than quarterback, is very much you got to show me. And I just feel like for me, because of Mike Denbrock's track record with quarterbacks, I have a lot more confidence that they're going to be fine there.
Sure.
But yeah.
Well, all right, guys, that's going to do it for the final post-game show of the 2024-2025 season. And obviously, is a common theme tonight from all the super chats and from what we've talked about, it was not the ideal finish to the season, but I can confidently say in my lifetime, it's been the most fun that I've had being a Notre Dame fan. And I've experienced things this season that I haven't got to in my lifetime. And that's always something that I will remember this season for, like the stories that I hear you guys talk about, 88 season, 93 season, like all those seasons, like this, the 2024 season will be the stories that I tell about, man, it was the longest drought, 31 years without a major bowl win. They did it twice in a week. I mean, there's a lot of good takeaways. So it's been a heck of a ride. First season with Irish breakdown of like a football season's in the books for me too. It's been a lot of fun. So
we'll let you guys know tomorrow. I don't know what time for sure we're going to go tomorrow, and I don't know what we're going to talk about, but we will have a show tomorrow at some point in time. So we'll probably go later in the day because the IB Nation Sports Talk guys will be traveling back tomorrow, so they won't be back in time to do a show. So we'll probably take their slot tomorrow, and that'll give us more time to kind of think through what we're going to talk about and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to have a lot of shows, a lot of stuff coming up. So I know Sean and I have talked about getting together this offseason and thinking of some different things that we're going to do together. And so we'll have a lot coming. But yeah, as you guys know, Irish Breakdown does not have an off season, right? Meaning like we don't have like downtime. We are year round, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm excited about it. We'll be back tomorrow. That's why you got to, after you hit that like button, that's why you got to make sure that you're subscribed to hit the notification bell so you can find out what time we're going to go live tomorrow. But Trev and I will definitely be back. Sean and I will connect and kind of see what our plans are. But we're going to have a lot of fun here moving forward. And this was a phenomenal year. This Notre Dame football team has a lot to be proud of. And I know they're all heartbroken tonight, but these young men represented the University of Notre Dame in the football program and the history and tradition extremely well. Mm-hmm. And as they step away from the heartache of tonight and look back on what they accomplished this season, Because, Trev, you talked about the senior class. I think this team is going to be the team that we look back and say they laid the foundation, others built on it. And even though they weren't, this team, so Riley Mills is not going to win a championship at Notre Dame. Riley Leonard's not going to win a championship at Notre Dame. Jack Kaiser, Xavier Watts. But when one gets one, we're going to look back and say that group helped lay that foundation for what became. And that can't be taken away from them. So it's a excellent group of young men. There's no doubt about it. And hats off also to Ohio State. Those kids played their tails off tonight. They played a great game. They earned that championship. That was two great football teams going to battle, and Notre Dame's going to get their other shot. But I can't wait till we start talking about what's next. But before we do, I want to make sure we also pay respect to what was, because this was an awesome season for Notre Dame. 14-2, guys. Who thought that was going to be possible after September 7th? We all thought that was going to be possible after August 31st, but not after September 7th. And Marcus Freeman did a phenomenal job. The coaching staff did a phenomenal job. The players did a phenomenal job. And they all have a lot to be proud of. And I can't wait to talk about I can't wait to see what Marcus Freeman has in store for us next. It's going to be a lot of fun. So for Sean, Trevor, Brian, you all have a phenomenal rest of your night. Thank you so much for being with us. And we'll look forward to talking to you all again tomorrow. Have a great night. Talk to you all soon. Thank you for being with us on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.